Chapter 1564, Nether Swap. Chapter 1564, Nether Swap. Translator. The entire process seemed very long upon narration, but Suzimo shot the 5 arrows in the blink of an eye. Even before the other 2 princes could react, the 9th prince was dead. Most importantly, no one had expected the ancient unique treasure, the dharmic breaking bow, to possess such a terrifying might in Suzimo's hand. The primordial 6 races were shocked, let alone the living beings of the 10,000 races present. All these years, the living beings of the 10,000 races had long heard of the name Desolate Marshal and was decisive to kill. He was the #1 monster incarnate of the human race in history. However, they had not expected that after witnessing it personally today, Desolate Marshal was even more terrifying, domineering, and sharp than they had imagined. Desolate Marshal arrived at Enigma Palace, and in just a moment, the 9th prince and Teng Luo, 2 half-martial ancestors at the young master level, were dead. It was too ruthless. Prior to this, the cultivation world had to be extremely cautious if they wanted to kill an ordinary expert of the primordial races. Furthermore, they had to pay an extremely high price. But now, Desolate Marshal had attacked and shot down 2 young masters in succession, shocking the primordial 6 races on the spot. The entire Enigma Palace was filled with a thick blood stench. Although the experts of the primordial 6 races stopped temporarily in midair, everyone could sense that an even fiercer storm was about to arrive. This time round, even the 7th and 10th princes gave up on hunting Yang Beichen temporarily and turned to Suzimo. A ghastly green glint flashed through the eyes of young Master Arcane Ghost. Unknowingly, a white bone staff had already appeared in his hands. Facing Suzimo, a crack appeared on the heavenly eye on Savage Eye's glabella, and an extremely terrifying aura spread, as though it could open at any moment. Rakshasa Yu stood up slowly as well and was prepared to attack. However, Goddess Xiaoxiang did not take Suzimo seriously at all. She had hunted Demonis Ji for so long and was about to kill the latter with her terrifying aura and powerful body. There was naturally no way she was going to give up so easily. Kill. Suddenly, the 7th prince let out a long howl and transformed into a golden streak of light, using shuttling around the world to circle Suzimo in an unfathomable manner. He was extremely wary of Suzimo's dharmic breaking bow. This was the only way he could avoid being targeted by the dharmic breaking bow. That long howl was like a war horn that triggered a new bloodbath. The experts of the primordial 6 races charged into the crowd of cultivators from Snowdrift Valley, Overlord Palace, Dharpamkara Monastery, and massacred once more. Fresh blood splattered and corpses were strewn everywhere. At the same time, young Master Arcane Ghost waved his staff and chanted a series of strange incantations. Suddenly, 9 menacing skulls appeared beside Lim. They were filled with evil aura and their eyes shone with a ghastly green light as they glared at Suzimo before charging over. Swoosh! A figure tore through the air at an astonishing speed and arrived before Suzimo in the blink of an eye. She reached out with her slender hand and struck Suzimo's shoulder. Only the Rakshasa race could release such a terrifying speed. As for Rakshasa Yu, she was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and was even faster. She clearly held back and did not summon her destiny dharmic weapon or attack Suzimo fatally, merely slapping him on the shoulder. Detestable person. Rakshasa Yu glared at Suzimo and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. You've bullied me for so long. It's not overboard for me to punish your clone, right? Punish? You're thinking too much. Suzimo glanced at Rakshasa Yu indifferently. The moment the primordial races attacked, a pair of wings grew behind Suzimo and his body shone with electric arcs. Boom! A thin crack appeared on the heavenly eye on the glabella of Savage Eye. Countless runes surged and chaotic chi spread, as though the world had just opened up and wanted to tear everything apart. A dark light descended. Although Savage Eye was the last to attack, the dark light was the first to arrive. Swoosh! Unfortunately, the moment the dark light descended, Suzimo's figure had already vanished from the spot. Ethereal wings, lightning escape and boundless golden light burst forth at the same time as he charged out from the hands of the young masters of the primordial races. The attacks of the young masters of the primordial races missed. The young masters of the primordial races had long forgotten about the fair rules of fighting one-on-one as they attacked desolate Marshall at the same time. Suzimo's figure had just appeared. Two figures burning with golden flames swooped down like blazing suns that wanted to incinerate all living beings. The two Golden Crow princes found an opportunity to attack and did not give Suzimo any breathing space. However, the moment Suzimo appeared, the dharmic breaking bow in his hands was already pulled. A dharmic power arrow with a terrifying aura was condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air and the power contained by it seemed like it wanted to pierce the two 3D Golden Crow's princes. The two Golden Crow princes were charging towards Suzimo to begin with and could not hold back at all. It was already too late for them to dodge. The two Golden Crows attacked at the same time. Boom! The claws of the two princes grabbed the dharmic power arrow at the same time and shattered it. However, the two Golden Crow princes shuddered as well. The seventh prince was the strongest in combat and merely felt his Golden Crow leg go numb. As for the 10th prince, he was the youngest and his combat strength was weaker. That arrow caused his blood chi to surge and the Golden Crow leg beneath his abdomen lost all sensation. Swoosh! 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 Suzimo drew his dharmic breaking bow and fired 3 arrows in succession. The first arrow was shot towards the 9 skulls that were flying over. Although the skeleton curse was powerful and evil, it was a curse technique and could not break free from the essence of dharmic powers. All the dharmic arts could not withstand a single blow from the dharmic breaking bow. The 9 menacing skulls were pierced by the dharmic power arrow. They could not even defend against the dharmic power arrow for a moment. Instead, their dharmic powers were absorbed by the arrow and its aura turned even more terrifying as its speed increased. Under countless gazes, the 9 skulls vanished after the dharmic power arrow passed through them. As for the dharmic power arrow, it had already transformed into a gigantic spear that shone with a faint green glow and stabbed towards young Master Arcane Ghost. Fuck dash. Young Master Arcane Ghost's expression changed and he nearly cursed. Given his physique and bloodline, he would most likely die if he was struck by the spear, let alone take it head-on. Nether swap. Suddenly, he hollered and released a secret skill. Waving his staff, he pointed at a witch beside him. Instantly, young Master Arcane Ghost vanished from the spot. In his place was the witch beside him. The two of them exchanged positions right in front of everyone. Although it was only a short distance shift, young Master Arcane Ghost managed to escape death from the sharpness of the gigantic spear. Nether swap was a lesser divine power. The reason why young Master Arcane Ghost was able to advance to become a half-martial ancestor was because he comprehended that trace of divine power. Right now, he could only exchange positions with those around him. He could not do anything further. However, if this lesser divine power was comprehended to its limits, there was a chance it could evolve into a supreme divine power astral swap. Power of that level was not merely as simple and limited as to swapping positions with someone else. Chapter 1565 Arrow Rain. Chapter 1565 Arrow Rain. Boom. The witch who was swapped by young Master Arcane Ghost could not react in time. In his daze, he was pierced by the gigantic spear and his body exploded, dying on the spot. That was not all the damage caused by the gigantic spear. More than 10 witches stood behind young Master Arcane Ghost. After the gigantic spear shattered the first witch's body, its power did not diminish at all and it stabbed into the crowd. Poof! 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 Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as blood mists exploded in a terrifying sight. Caught off guard, the witches suffered devastating damage. The witches who were struck head-on by the gigantic spear could not defend against it and died on the spot without any chance of survival. As for the witches who were slightly off the direct line of target, their bodies could not withstand the mere impact of the gigantic spear either and exploded on the spot. The essence spirits of the witch race were strong but their bodies were way too weak. Some witches who reacted faster abandoned their bodies and escaped with their essence spirits. Although they survived, their bodies were gone. Many more witches were pierced by the gigantic spear on the spot. Although there were more than 10 witches, only 3 survived. Furthermore, the only thing left of the 3 witches were horrified essence spirits that trembled in midair out of fear. As for the remaining witches, They were shocked and looked at young Master Arcane Ghost frightfully. Although the dharmic breaking bow was powerful, it was only a dharmic power arrow at the end of the day, and the lethality it could produce was limited. The reason why the witch race suffered such a huge loss earlier on was because of young Master Arcane Ghost. It was because of the dharmic art he released as well as his escape that sold out the clansmen who were behind him. Young Master Arcane Ghost's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of his clansmen. That was merely Su Zimo's first arrow. Su Zimo's second arrow was shot towards Rakshasa Yu, who was in midair. Rakshasa Yu's speed was even above the 3D golden crow. She chuckled and flapped her wings, dodging the dharmic power arrow with ease. The young masters of the primordial races were extremely wary of the dharmic breaking bow. However, Rakshasa Yu thought otherwise. Given her speed, that lousy dharmic breaking bow could not threaten her at all. As for Su Zimo's third arrow, it was shot towards the incoming dark light. The dark light was a visual technique released by Savage Eye. Although Su Zimo managed to dodge it, the dark light chased after him relentlessly, as though it was sentient. Boom! The dharmic power arrow collided with the dark light with a loud bang. The visual technique of the heavenly eye race was not destroyed by the dharmic power arrow. There was a trace of divine power in that visual technique. The attacks of the 5 young masters were blocked by Su Zimo. Right then, Su Zimo stood in midair and howled into the skies. The blood chi in his body surged as he drew the dharmic breaking bow once more. In Su Zimo's consciousness, his essence spirit was already pushed to its limits, and the creation lotus platform at the bottom spun slowly. Multicolored light filled the air and nourished his essence spirit continuously. The bow was like a full moon. The young masters had grim expressions and were tense. Apart from Rakshasa Yu, no one could underestimate the killing power of the dharmic breaking bow. 2 young masters that underestimated it were already dead. Swoosh! The arrows were like shooting stars. An arrow tore through the air. The hearts of the young masters of the primordial races skipped a beat. Some of them were prepared to defend while others were prepared to dodge. But soon, the young masters of the primordial races realized that the arrow was not aimed at them, it was aimed at the crowd. In the chaotic battlefield, a 3D golden crow had a vicious expression and a violent gaze as he attacked Yang Beichen wildly, releasing killing moves repeatedly. Suddenly, the 3D golden crow felt his scalp tingle. There seemed to be the sound of an arrow piercing through the air, and he could vaguely see a cold glint from the corner of his eyes. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. The next moment, he lost consciousness and his mind sank into the endless abyss. Under many gazes, the 3D golden crow was killed by a single arrow from Su Zimo's dharmic breaking bow. Swoosh! 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 Right then, a series of sharp arrows tore through the air in an endless stream. On this battlefield, it sounded absolutely chilling. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up with agape mouths and eyes widened. They were so scared that they could not speak at all. In midair, the powerful figure with a torrential aura pulled the dharmic breaking bow consecutively within a short period of time. In a few breaths, he shot out 100 dharmic power arrows. Even the young masters of the primordial races had to focus against a single dharmic power arrow. 100 dharmic power arrows descended from the skies in a flurry. What a shocking sight. The entire void seemed to have been penetrated by the 100 arrows. Boom! A god race being that was chasing after a Snowdrift Valley cultivator was pierced in the chest by a dharmic power arrow, and his chest exploded as he fell stiffly. Another Rakshasa that was chasing after a mighty figure of Azura sect wanted to dodge. However, he was too late and his head was pierced by an arrow. He was pinned to a stone pillar far away and died. Poof! 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 The arrow rain descended, and the group of witch, Rakshasa, Heavenly Eye, and God race experts that surrounded Monkey and the others fell in succession. Those dharmic power arrows were not only terrifying in strength and speed, they were also extremely precise. Every single arrow could shoot an expert of the primordial races at least. The lethality was almost destructive for the primordial 6 races. The 100 dharmic power arrows had killed far more than 100 experts of the primordial races. Some of the dharmic power arrows could penetrate 3, 4, or even 5 primordial races and kill them on the spot. In just a few breaths' time, more than 200 experts of the primordial races had fallen. There were even more who were severely injured. The crowd was shocked. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The experts of the primordial 6 races were pale with fright. Let's see who dares to move. Standing in midair, Suzimo wielded the dharmic breaking bow, and his gaze was like lightning. He was like an unparalleled god as he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly shouted. The voice exploded in the ears of the experts of the primordial races like thunder. The experts of the primordial 6 races shuddered in fear. Many primordial race beings looked at the figure in midair with deep fear in their eyes. The arrow rain stunned the experts of the primordial 6 races on the spot. None of the primordial races dared to move again. Desolate Marshal. Some cultivators were emotional when they saw that, and they could not help but shout with warm tears streaming down their faces. Desolate Marshal! Desolate Marshal! Countless cultivators roared with reddened eyes, shaking the 9 heavens. Ever since they participated in the 10,000 race meet, they had suffered too much injustice, grievances, and bullying. They watched helplessly as their fellow sect mates were murdered by the primordial races. They watched their sect masters die among the primordial races, but none of them dared to step forward. They could see the arrogance and overbearingness of the primordial races, but none of them could stand out to fight. At that moment, all their anger, grievances, and indignance were released. So what if they were the primordial races? As Ji Chengtian had said, Desolate Marshal killed the primordial races like slaughtering dog. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace stood out and bowed deeply in Suzimo's direction excitedly, shouting, "Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, if there's a next time, I'm willing to present the dharmic breaking bow to you personal. You're the only one worthy of this ancient unique treasure." It was only at this moment that the animosity in his heart towards Suzimo for snatching the dharmic breaking bow truly vanished. Chapter 1566 Ascension of Desolate Marshal. Chapter 1566 Ascension of Desolate Marshal. What sort of status did the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace possess? Although the two of them were at the same cultivation realm, the difference in their statuses was immense, and that bow from the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace carried a lot of weight. Right then, the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley dragged her severely injured body and kowtowed to Desolate Marshal. "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal." Immediately after, the sect masters of Soaring Feather Sect, Dharpamkara Monastery, and the 4 unorthodox groups stood out one after another. These were renowned and noble existences of the cultivation whirl. "Thank you, Desolate Marshal." Many cultivators shouted in unison. It was heartfelt gratitude from everyone. That was because countless cultivators and fellow disciples would have died if Desolate Marshal had not shot that arrow rain. Most importantly, Desolate Marshal's appearance protected the last bit of dignity of the human race. At that moment, many cultivators teared up. They could vaguely see the supreme grandeur of the ancient emperors from Desolate Marshal. Right then, a cultivator said softly, "The emperors are not here, but I am." Many cultivators knew that this was what Suzimo, who was only a golden core back in Myriad Phenomenon City, said to the god and Rakshasa race. Later on, when it spread into the cultivation world, it was mocked by the major sects and factions. It was only now that everyone knew that Desolate Marshal was the only one who could say something like that. Only Desolate Marshal was worthy of being comparable to the ancient emperors. Desolate Marshal threatened the primordial 6 races single-handedly with a bow in his hands. This scene would definitely be recorded in the books of history. Many cultivators were emotional, and the young masters of the primordial 6 races had differing expressions as well. Among them, Rakshasa you had the most conflicted expression. Initially, she did not take the Green Lotus true body and the dharmic breaking bow seriously. In her opinion, this was only a clone of Desolate Marshal. Given her speed, she could definitely avoid the killing power of the dharmic breaking bow. However, what happened earlier had completely changed her mind. If the 100 dharmic power arrows were to shoot towards her, she would definitely not be able to escape even if she had a few more pairs of wings. "I'm unable to even defeat this clone of that detestable man." Rakshasa you looked at the figure in midair with a lost expression. The massive battlefield was silent. The experts of the primordial races had grim expressions and were even more cautious, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Right then, Goddess Xiaoxiang glanced sideways at the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect not far away, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. The seventh prince turned his gaze towards the island master of Penglai Island not far away. The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect shuddered and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Desolate Marshal, today is the day of the 10,000 race meet. How can the 10,000 race meet continue when you're so violent and created a massacre? If the peace talks with the primordial 6 races for this 10,000 race meet fails because of you, you'll be a sinner of the human race. To hell with you." Little Fatty could not help but curse. The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley said coldly as well, "Heavenly Dipper sect, was it the primordial races or Desolate Marshal who started a massacre today? Did more people of the primordial races die or did more humans die?" The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. The island master of Penglai Island stood up and said in a deep voice, "With the 10,000 races gathered, it's only normal for there to be conflicts and some fighting. Now that everyone has stopped, we can sit down and have a good talk. Do you think you can call the shots to talk?" Su Zimo glanced askance at the island master of Penglai Island. The island master of Penglai Island felt as though his heart had stopped beating after a single glance from Su Zimo. A chill surged into the back of his head and he shut his mouth immediately. At that moment, he truly sensed the aura of death. If he dared to say another word, he was certain that Desolate Marshal would definitely attack and kill him on the spot. Right then, the sect master of Chaos Essence sect stood up. "Desolate Marshal, it's understandable that you have grudges with the primordial 6 races. However, this is the 10,000 race meet. Don't implicate the entire human race just because you want to vent your emotions due to your personal grudges. What a load of nonsense, twisting the fact." The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace hollered. The sect master of Sword sect said slowly as well, "If the young masters of the primordial races want to negotiate, I think you should stop while you're ahead, Desolate Marshal. We can sit down and have a talk." Chaos Essence sect and Sword sect did not express anything earlier on. Although they did not stand on the side of the primordial 6 races, they did not have the courage to fight them either. However, the sect masters of the 2 sects could not sit still with the appearance of Desolate Marshal. Although Chaos Essence sect said that Desolate Marshal only cared about personal grudges, the reason why the 2 sect masters expressed their stance was because of their personal feuds with Desolate Marshal. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "Who the hell are you to think that you can represent the human race?" "Desolate Marshal." The Palace Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace hollered, "Don't be impudent. As the sect masters of Immortal sects, how can we not represent the human race? The human race was massacred by the primordial 6 races and yet, you few things merely saw there idly and watched with indifference. Do you think you're worthy of being called humans? If you're not even human, do you think you can represent the human race?" When he said that, the sect masters of Chaos Essence sect, Sword sect and the others flushed red and felt their faces burn. "That's right. How dare you refer to yourselves as immortal sects when you're so spineless? It's truly humiliating for us cultivators of Soaring Feather sect to be in the same league as you guys. Sword sect cultivators would rather die than submit and press forward. The current Sword sect no longer has the sharpness of the sword cultivators in the ancient era. You guys truly embarrassed your founders." Many cultivators who survived the battle earlier on sneered. When they heard that, the sect masters of Chaos Essence sect, Sword sect and the others looked even more terrible with darkened expressions. The young masters of the primordial races sneered in midair and did not attack, merely watching the show from the side. If the human race were to fight among themselves, it would be the most advantageous for them. "Desolate Marshal, don't spout nonsense." The sect master of Chaos Essence sect grit his teeth, as sect masters of the Immortal sects. "Foo-foo." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a sneer from Su Zimo. "Let me tell you." Su Zimo's gaze landed on Sword sect, Chaos Essence sect, Heavenly Dipper sect and the other Immortal and Fiend sects as he said slowly, "The current cultivation world is not your world and you guys can't make the decision either. Under your lead, the human race will only be bullied and suppress. Right here, right now, in Enigma Palace, I, desolate marshal, shall reign supreme. Fellow Taoists, are you willing to follow me and listen to my orders? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly. We're willing. Many cultivators yelled excitedly. You. The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect and the others were enraged. All right. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect and the others as he said coldly, I'll kill anyone who's unconvinced without mercy. With that, he drew the bowstring of the dharmic breaking bow. Buzz. The bow quivered and emanated a chilling killing intent. The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect and the other major sects shut their mouths and remained silent. They represented the strongest factions in the cultivation world. But now, they were completely suppressed by a single person's aura. Desolate Marshal had ascended to the peak. Chapter 1567 I Want Your Lives. Chapter 1567 I Want Your Lives. Initially, the experts of the primordial races were watching coldly from the sidelines and were waiting for the human race to fight among themselves before looking for an opportunity to kill Desolate Marshal. However, they did not expect that Desolate Marshal would intimidate the major sects and factions in the blink of an eye. Desolate Marshal, don't you humans want to negotiate with our primordial 6 races? Young Master Arcane Ghost suddenly said coldly. Actually, the primordial 6 races had no intention of negotiating with humans. They did not take humans seriously at all. Dragons did not coexist with snakes. How could gods negotiate with ants? However, at that moment, young Master Arcane Ghost had a vile intent when he said that. He wanted to give the cultivators an illusion. He wanted them to think that the primordial 6 races wanted to negotiate, but the situation only ended as such because of Desolate Marshal. With that, the conflicts between the humans would resume or even intensify. True enough. Some Chaos Essence Sect and Sword Sect cultivators were tempted when young Master Arcane Ghost said that. Someone said, it's good if we can negotiate properly and avoid more killing. That's right. If the human race were to fight against the primordial 6 races, it would only result in an internecine outcome. Why bother? Desolate Marshal is too reckless and sharp. If he were to lead the human race, things might not end well. Many cultivators whispered. The young masters of the primordial races were delighted. Foo-foo. Su Zimo sneered, do you really think that the primordial 6 races want to negotiate? Let me tell you guys, negotiation is never done through talking, but killing. That's right. Right then, a soft shout sounded from afar. A cultivator in scarlet robes strode over in huge steps. His body seemed to be blazing with flames and he was aggressive with a burning gaze. Grandmaster Extreme Fire. Many hundred refinement sect cultivators shouted in ecstasy. It was Extreme Fire. Beside Extreme Fire was a black-robed young man with a cold expression. He was expressionless and agile, as though he could disappear into the darkness at any moment. 5th. Monkey and the others were delighted when they saw the black-robed young man. Oh. Monkey thumped his chest and howled. The spirit tiger beamed as well and tugged at his wound, gasping slightly. Even though it was painful, he was extremely happy. Night Spirit. Xiaoning looked at the black-robed young man in disbelief and exclaimed softly. Her eyes shone with tears and her vision gradually turned blurry. Sorry, I'm late. The black-robed young man came to Xiaoning's side and whispered apologetically. It's fine as long as you're back. Xiaoning cried and smiled. The spirit tiger grumbled at the side, really, this 5th values love over friendship. He must have forgotten about us brothers after all these years. The golden lion and the others sighed pretentiously as well. Night Spirit nodded to Xiaoning before heading towards Monkey and the others. A rare smile appeared on his cold face. You guys still have the energy to joke around with me? You're not dead yet. Ha ha ha. Monkey burst into laughter and thumped Night Spirit on the chest. It's not going to be that easy to kill us. On the other side, Extreme Fire approached and looked at the many cultivators present, saying in a deep voice, Zimo is right. The strong will not negotiate with the weak. If you want to negotiate, you first have to become the strong. A cultivator shouted, "Desolate Marshal, you're right. Those primordial races have just said that we humans are ants and are not qualified to negotiate with them." Not qualified? Suzimo smiled gently. It's fine, fellow Taoists. Today, I'll lead everyone and the human race will kill until we're qualified. All right. Many cultivators felt their blood pump as they yelled, "Kill until we're qualified." Right then, 1,000 cultivators arrived not far away. Among them were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords, conjoint body mighty figures and even half-martial ancestor expert. The cultivators were of different attires and races and did not seem like they were from the same sect, nor did they have any obvious emblems. However, all of them carried a saber on their backs. It's been many years since so many saber cultivators, mighty figures and half-martial ancestors included, have appeared on Tianhuang mainland. Ivine Phoenix Island. The sect master of Sword Sect narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, as though he recalled something. The various sect masters nodded. Only Divine Phoenix Island could possess so many powerful saber cultivators. As one of the two islands, Divine Phoenix Island's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Penglai Island, one of the two islands, was already on the side of the primordial 6 races. Many cultivators did not know which side Divine Phoenix Island would stand on right now, or if immortal sects such as Sword Sect and Chaos Essence Sect would choose to stand on the sidelines. Among the cultivators, Suzimo was the only one who had a calm expression. Divine Phoenix Island is here to assist Desolate Marshal. Before the Divine Phoenix Island cultivators arrived, the island master of Divine Phoenix Island shouted. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island would naturally be on Suzimo's side. The cultivators were invigorated. The addition of Divine Phoenix Island undoubtedly increased their strength significantly. The primordial races frowned. The current situation was way beyond their control. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a tragic victory and the primordial races would definitely suffer immense losses. The young masters of the primordial races had not expected the human race to release such a powerful determination after Desolate Marshal descended. Of course, these cultivators did not pose much of a threat to the primordial races. The most troublesome person to deal with was Desolate Marshal. Young Master Arcane Ghost refused to give up and attempted to sow discord between the major sects and factions. Smiling gently, he said, "Desolate Marshal, Sect Masters, do you guys truly not want to negotiate with us? This 10,000 race meet was hosted by Enigma Palace this time round. Are you guys really going to turn this grand event into a battlefield with rivers of blood? Sure, we can negotiate." Suzimo nodded. However, that's only if the primordial races are sincere enough. No problem. Young Master Arcane Ghost laughed. Desolate Marshal, the primordial 6 races will definitely satisfy you with all our might for the sort of sincerity you want. You can have your pick from treasures, beauties, cultivation techniques and secret skills. Want your lives? Suzimo said word by word. The smile on young Master Arcane Ghost's face froze instantly. The expressions of the young masters of the primordial races darkened. The entire world turned silent because of Suzimo's words. The atmosphere turned extremely tense and heavy. Any sudden movement would cause a violent storm. Does that mean you don't want to negotiate, Desolate Marshal? Young Master Arcane Ghost asked coldly. Kill. The 7th Prince could not hold it in any longer and hollered, attacking right away. He swooped down like a flaming spear and descended instantly. The 10th Prince followed closely behind and released a killing move. Young Master Arcane Ghost, Savage Eye and the others attacked as well. Goddess Xiaoxiang was still bent on Demonis G. She took advantage of Demonis G's momentary daze and suddenly attacked, prepared to kill her in a single strike. Chapter 1568, Massive Battle. Chapter 1568, Massive Battle. Extreme Fire, Night Spirit, Divine Phoenix Island cultivators as well as many cultivators who were still able to fight charged into the battlefield once more. However, this time round, all the cultivators took the initiative to retaliate with a torrential aura. The experts of the primordial races showed signs of defeat against the impact of the many cultivators. It was not because the experts of the primordial races could not defeat the cultivators. It was because after Suzimo shot out the arrow rain earlier on, they became fearful. They did not dare to fight the cultivators with all their might and were mostly focused on Suzimo with tense expressions. They were afraid that when Suzimo activated the dharmic breaking bow, a rain of arrows would descend. As such, the beings of the primordial races could not unleash their combat strength at all and began to retreat against the relentless attacks of the cultivators. When they saw that, the cultivators fought even fiercer and their auras exploded. Extreme Fire's combat strength increased significantly after the baptism of the Kunlun ruins. He charged at the front and attacked consecutively, releasing an extremely terrifying killing power. Even if it was 1 against 10, Extreme Fire could not be defeated and even had a slight advantage. Night Spirit's figure disappeared into the darkness like a ghost, flickering from time to time. Every time he attacked, a primordial race being would definitely die. Even the Rakshasa race with the fastest movement techniques could not avoid Night Spirit's pursuit. The Golden Lion lamented as he healed himself. Even after so many years, Fifth is still so savage. A confused look flashed through the Spirit Tiger's eyes as he murmured, "Strange, why do I feel that Fifth's strength hasn't increased as much as we imagined?" "That's right." Ching Ching frowned as well. First and the other two should have rushed over together, but Fifth was a little late. It's normal for Extreme Fire's speed to not be comparable to First, but Fifth shouldn't fall so far behind in his movement technique, right? Monkey said, he might be holding back as well. Look, Fifth has yet to revert to his true form. Forget it, there's no need to bother about that. Let's hurry and recuperate so that we can fight shoulder to shoulder with Fifth. All right. The brothers nodded and stopped thinking. In midair, Suzimo sneered internally as he looked at the young masters of the primordial races charging over. If it was dozens of years ago, his essence spirit would have been extremely weak after he shot out 100 dharmic power arrows with the dharmic breaking bow. But now that he had already advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm, the creation lotus platform in his consciousness was extremely close to grade 8. The black-haired essence spirit nurtured the creation lotus platform while the latter nourished the black-haired essence spirit continuously. Even though he had shot out 100 dharmic power arrows, the power of Suzimo's essence spirit was still extremely condensed. Suzimo drew the dharmic breaking bow once more. This time round, he was prepared to kill all the young masters of the primordial races. Suddenly, not far away, young Master Arcane Ghost smirked and a strange glint flashed through his eyes. Spirit Slaying Curse. A faint spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out almost imperceptibly. Suzimo's spirit perception was strong and he sensed danger right away. However, the curse techniques of the witch race were way too sinister. Suddenly, an extremely evil power appeared in Suzimo's consciousness and formed a dark green storm that swept towards the black-haired essence spirit. If it was any other cultivator, it would have been difficult for them to defend against such a strange essence spirit attack. However, Suzimo's consciousness possessed a treasure like the creation lotus platform. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 63 green lotus seeds spewed out and turned into rays of green light that charged towards the dark green storm. Poof, poof, poof. Although the storm was evil and powerful, it could not defend against the sharpness of the green lotus seeds. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes by the 63 green lotus seeds and its power dissipating in Suzimo's consciousness before long. The light of the 63 green lotus seeds dimmed significantly after the collision. However, after returning to the creation lotus platform to receive continuous nourishment, the power of the green lotus seeds would recover before long. He does have some tricks up his sleeves. Young Master Arcane Ghost narrowed his gaze slightly. Over the years, countless human paragons had died to his spirit-slaying curse. But now, it was dispelled with ease against Suzimo. At the same time, the 7th and 10th princes had already closed in and extended their menacing claws, sealing all of Suzimo's escape route. Suzimo had just engaged in an essence spirit fight with young Master Arcane Ghost. Although he was fine, he was slightly delayed. In his hurry, He could only release an arrow that collided against the visual technique released by Savage Eye with a loud bang. It was already too late for him to pull the dharmic breaking bow and shoot a second arrow. Suzumo's expression was unchanged and his reaction was extremely fast. Using the dharmic breaking bow as a saber and the bowstring as a blade, he slashed in reverse towards the 10th prince. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards the golden crow leg of the 7th prince. A flash of blood appeared in midair. A gigantic, menacing golden crow leg was severed by the dharmic breaking bow. The 10th prince shrieked tragically and transformed into a streak of golden light, escaping. As an ancient unique treasure, the bowstring of the dharmic breaking bow was extremely sharp as well. It was due to a stroke of inspiration that Suzumo used the dharmic breaking bow as a saber. Although it looked like a casual slash, it was filled with the ultimate killing intent of the Azura saber. The Azura saber intent combined with the dharmic breaking bow severed one of the golden crow legs from the 10th prince. Of course, it was not the 10th prince's third leg. The 10th prince fled far away and his blood chi surged. In the blink of an eye, the broken golden crow leg regrew. Boom! At the same time, Suzumo's fist collided against the golden crow leg of the 7th prince. The two of them clashed head-on. Blood chi surged and was raised to the tsunami blood realm instantly. The 7th prince's expression changed starkly as he felt a terrifying power surge into his golden crow leg. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard from his golden crow leg. His golden crow leg was shattered by a single punch from Suzumo. After the Green Lotus True Body obtained the nourishment of the primordial divine spring and was reborn, there was almost no one in the same cultivation realm who could take the Green Lotus True Body head-on. Furthermore, this was the 7th prince who was strongest in combat. If it was the 10th prince earlier on, Suzumo's punch would have shattered more than a single golden crow leg. Ah! The 7th prince shrieked with a vicious expression. Clang! Clang! The 7th prince did not retreat either. The sharp nails on his golden crow leg dug into Suzumo's fist, wanting to cripple it. Suzumo harumphed coldly and his blood chi surged. The flesh on his palm expanded and swelled instantly, causing jade-green tendons to appear on the surface of his skin. His veins were clear and resembled the veins on the leaves of the creation green lotus. Bam! There was a crisp sound. The 7th prince shrieked tragically and retreated as well. Not only did the sharp nails on his golden crow leg fail to pierce Suzumo's flesh, they were completely snapped and the tips of his toes were dripping with blood. The pain was bone deep. Chapter 1569, Patriarch's Essence Blood. Chapter 1569, Patriarch's Essence Blood. Nobody noticed that right as the battle broke out, a blood vine crept to Teng Luo's corpse and removed the latter's storage bag. From within, the blood vine carefully withdrew a thumb-sized bottle. He turned to Suzumo with a cold expression and his eyes were filled with madness. Just as Suzumo attacked and injured the two golden crow princes, the blood vine held the jade bottle in his palm and charged towards Suzumo. Suzumo did not even look at him and shot an arrow in reverse after forcing the two princes back. The blood vine race might be extremely threatening to ordinary cultivators. However, to Suzumo, they could be killed with ease by a single arrow from the dharmic breaking bow. Swoosh! Ackled glint flashed and the dharmic power arrow descended. As for the blood vine, he had no intention of dodging and merely raised the jade bottle in his palm before the cold light descended. Desolate Marshal, prepare to die with the young master. The eyes of the blood vine were filled with a smug, deranged look of confidence as he roared. The dharmic power arrow pierced the chest of the blood vine and the tremendous power tore his body apart. At the same time, the finger-sized jade bottle shattered against the power. Within, there was nothing but a single drop of blood. However, that drop of blood possessed an extremely terrifying power. Even the young masters of the primordial races were shocked and their eyes were filled with deep fear. Bang! The drop of blood shattered and turned into a blood mist, enveloping Suzumo. Even the dharmic breaking bow was not spared. Suzumo narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he felt an extremely evil power that wanted to invade his Green Lotus True Body and devour his life force. As for the dharmic breaking bow, its glow gradually dimmed in the blood mist. Not only did the young masters of the primordial races possess torrential combat strength, they also had many trump cards and even life preservation means left behind for them by their seniors. For example, the Firmament Sovereign had a greater divine power talisman. In Teng Luo's storage bag was essence blood left behind for him by a Mahayana patriarch. That drop of essence blood was filthy and evil enough to kill any half-martial ancestor. Even a carnate mighty figure dharmic weapon would be destroyed on the spot if it was tainted by that drop of essence blood. That was Teng Luo's trump card. Unfortunately, Su Zimo killed him with a single arrow and he did not have the chance to release it. But now, that drop of Patriarch's essence blood was summoned by another bloodvine. The bloodvine's body was destroyed by the dharmic power arrow and his essence spirit was tainted by the blood mist from the explosion of the essence blood, withering rapidly. However, there was only excitement in his eyes. Even if he had to die, it would be worth it. That was because Desolate Marshal would die with him if he was tainted by that drop of essence blood. If it was dozens of years ago, that drop of essence blood would have definitely killed Su Zimo. However, after the battle in the Kunlun ruins, the Green Lotus true body had undergone the tempering of the Sword of Misfortune and the baptism of the Divine Power Storm and was infinitely close to Grade 8. Even that drop of essence blood could not injure the peak Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. Scatter! Su Zimo hollered and his blood chi rumbled, bursting forth with rays of light that repelled the blood mist around him. The Green Lotus true body was flawless and untainted. Even the essence blood of a Mahayana patriarch could not taint it. How could this be? How could this be? The essence spirit of the bloodvine had already been devoured by the drop of essence blood and his life force was expended. However, the Green Lotus true body had a tremendous life force and was safe and sound. The essence spirit of the bloodvine could only dissipate in the world with endless indignance and resentment. There's no wonder why the creation Green Lotus is an utmost treasure of the universe. Young Master Arcane Ghost murmured softly. Suddenly, Savage Eye spoke. However, that drop of essence blood from the Bloodvine Patriarch isn't entirely useless. At the very least, the dharmic breaking bow is temporarily crippled. Although Savage Eye had no eyes, it was as though he could see everything. The dharmic breaking bow in Su Zimo's hands dimmed after it was tainted by the essence blood of the Bloodvine Patriarch. Although it was not completely crippled, it could not be used for the time being. Let's see what else Desolate Marshal has without that ancient unique treasure, the seventh prince said hatefully. In that short period of time, the shattered bones on his golden crow leg had already recovered. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo who was not far away. For some reason, when she saw that Su Zimo's dharmic breaking bow was crippled, her first reaction was not joy. Instead, she was worried. What's wrong with me? Rakshasa Yu jolted awake and lamented internally. The person before me is merely a clone of that detestable person, why should I worry for him? Su Zimo put the dharmic breaking bow away in his storage bag with an indifferent expression. Right then, a cry sounded from midair not far away. Snap! In midair, Goddess Xiaoxiang's body shone with a divine light and she was aggressive with a torrential aura, forcing Demoness Ji to have nowhere to retreat. She punched Demoness Ji on the arm and broke it entirely. Demoness, Goddess Xiaoxiang said coldly, it's your own fault for being so good-looking. You deserve to die. She strode forward and extended her palm, flicking her sharp nails towards Demoness Ji's face. If that attack struck, not only would Demoness Ji's face be disfigured, even her essence spirit would be pulled out by Goddess Xiaoxiang. Suddenly, the sound of thunder echoed. Xiaoxiang, watch out. Immediately after, warnings from young Master Arcane Ghost, Savage Eye, and the others sounded. Goddess Xiaoxiang's heart skipped a beat. Her vision blurred and a person appeared in front of Demoness Ji. It was Desolate Marshal who was on a killing rampage earlier on. The two of them were extremely close. By the time Su Zimo stood in front of Demoness Ji, Goddess Xiaoxiang's palm had already descended. Desolate Marshal, you must have a death wish. Goddess Xiaoxiang sneered and had no intention of stopping. She grabbed Su Zimo's face, wanting to scratch a few blooded holes. She was confident. Given her blood chi and physique, no one could match her in melee combat. You're the one with a death wish. Su Zimo hollered and his gaze intensified. His blood chi surged as he faced Goddess Xiaoxiang's incoming palm. Without dodging or retreating, he flipped his palm and slapped the top of her head. The aura released by that palm strike was way too strong. Under the envelopment of that palm, Goddess Xiaoxiang felt her chest turn stuffy and her blood chi was chaotic. She felt suffocated. Her expression changed. He wanted to trade lives for an internecine outcome? Goddess Xiaoxiang was confident that she could kill Su Zimo with a single palm strike. However, she was not confident that she could escape unscathed from Su Zimo's palm strike. My status is so noble. How can I trade lives with an ant? In a flash, she made a decision and retracted her palm, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm before retaliating. However, she was completely defeated with that retreat. Chapter 1570, Cripple Your Arms. Chapter 1570, Cripple Your Arms. Goddess Xiaoxiang retracted her palm and raised her arms. Her blood chi surged and golden light filled the air as she blocked Su Zimo's palm. Boom! Su Zimo's palm descended and suppressed Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms. Her expression changed starkly. Her two arms were completely numb from Su Zimo's palm strike. That palm strike almost stunned her. In melee combat, even her Dao companion, Firmament Sovereign, could not defeat her to such an extent. However, Su Zimo did not stop. He strode forward and charged towards Goddess Xiaoxiang like a divine steed. A tragic aura burst forth. That charge was even more ferocious and invincible than the previous palm strike. Goddess Xiaoxiang shrieked and channeled her blood chi to its limits. Instantly, an incomparably powerful bloodline phenomenon appeared beneath her. An ancient and mysterious pyramid appeared, filled with divine lights. Beneath the pyramid were millions of living beings that were kneeling and praying. At the same time, the 7th and 10th princes chased once more. Young Master Arcane Ghost waved his staff this time round and dark green fog appeared in midair. It rapidly formed a spear and stabbed towards Su Zimo. Curse spear! With the dharmic breaking bow crippled, he no longer had any reservations. Cyclone Eye. Savage Eye conjured hand seals and conjured a dharmic art as well. As he waved his hands, a cyclone was formed. The true threat of the cyclone was not the massive storm, but the eye of the cyclone at the center. The eye of the cyclone was the epitome of the dharmic art's power. Rakshasa Yu flapped her wings and charged towards Su Zimo as well. However, compared to the other young masters of the primordial races, her attacks were clearly not too aggressive. Boom! Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He glared at Goddess Xiaoxiang and channeled his blood chi to its limits, causing his aura to reach its peak instantly. A gigantic green lotus soared into the skies as though it was about to burst through the firmaments. The jade green lotus was crystalline and its leaves blotted out the skies. Right in front of everyone, the flower bud on the top of the green lotus blossomed and emanated a resplendent glow. The green lotus swayed. Over the years, this part of the god race rested and grew. However, the storage ring of the god race and the gigantic golden shield were created from universal treasures unique to God's mainland and could not be forged in Tianhuang mainland. That was the reason why there were very few items such as the storage rings and gigantic golden shield that were brought over from the primordial era. In other words, not all god race beings would possess a storage ring. God race beings with storage rings were definitely top-tier experts of the god race. But now, not only did Goddess Xiaoxiang have a storage ring, she also had a gigantic golden shield. This meant that she definitely knew about the background of the god race. Those thoughts flashed through his mind. Boom! Even when he saw the gigantic golden shield, Su Zimo had no intention of stopping and smashed forward with a loud bang. Goddess Xiaoxiang shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp pain surged through her arms and she could not even hold on to the gigantic golden shield. Su Zimo sent her flying with the help of his bloodline phenomenon. The green lotus phenomenon dissipated as well. Goddess Xiaoxiang's expression dimmed as she staggered in retreat. However, Su Zimo had no intention of letting her off. He strode forward and reached out with both hands, grabbing Goddess Xiaoxiang's shoulders and kneed forward. This time round, he smashed heavily against Goddess Xiaoxiang's chest. Snap! Her sternum was completely shattered. At the same time, Suzimo's fingernails shot out like daggers and swords, piercing the flesh on Goddess Xiaoxiang's shoulder and ripping outward. Under the intersection of the two powers, Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms were bloodily ripped off by Suzimo along with her flesh. Ah! Goddess Xiaoxiang shrieked tragically and almost fainted from the pain. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. At that moment, Goddess Xiaoxiang no longer had the high and mighty appearance of a goddess. She was miserable and wretched as she struggled on the brink of death. She was no different from the cultivators on the battlefield. When desolate Marshal attacked, Goddess Xiaoxiang was dragged down from her pedestal right away. Those two arms are for her. Suzimo threw Goddess Xiaoxiang's two arms on the ground casually and said murderously, "Since you broke her arm, I'll cripple both of yours." Although Suzimo did not say who it was, all the living beings of the thousands of races present knew he was referring to the pure maiden of the fiend sect. Demoness Ji stood not far behind Suzimo and looked at the man who had just saved her. Her beautiful eyes rippled with a feeling that no one else could understand. But soon, a look of loneliness flashed across her face as she sighed gently. Chapter 1571 Narrow Escape from Death. Chapter 1571 Narrow Escape from Death. Desolate Marshal, don't be smug. Goddess Xiaoxiang channeled her blood qi and flesh to regrow her arms while saying hatefully, "My Tao companion, Firmament Sovereign, will be here soon. He'll make you pay 100 times over for everything you just did to me." "Is that so?" Suzimo sneered. "You're going to be disappointed then. Your Firmament Sovereign is already dead. You guys seem to be in love, so I'll fulfill your wish right now and send you on your way to reunite with him." The reason why he broke Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms was to help Demoness Ji vent her anger. What Suzimo truly wanted was Goddess Xiaoxiang's life. "What did you say?" Goddess Xiaoxiang shuddered and her blood qi fluctuated. Her arms that had yet to form dissipated almost completely. "Impossible!" She shrieked and glared at Suzimo, saying sternly, "There's no way Firmament Sovereign can die. No one in the same cultivation realm can suppress him." Suddenly, Goddess Xiaoxiang thought of something. The Firmament Sovereign even had a greater divine power talisman in his possession. She said coldly, "Even a Mahayana patriarch won't be able to kill him. Furthermore, he is the divine sovereign. I truly don't believe that there will be anyone in this world who would be so audacious to dare kill him." Goddess Xiaoxiang condensed two arms and calmed down in the blink of an eye. She sneered, "Desolate Marshal, you must be dreaming if you think that you can make up such a lie to attack my Tao heart's determination. In my opinion, your words are filled with loopholes." The more Goddess Xiaoxiang thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was not wrong. Firstly, the Firmament Sovereign's trip to the barbarian race was a secret that was conducted in stealth and was not known to the other races. Secondly, he was strong to begin with and had a greater divine power talisman to protect him. Furthermore, he was guarded by 3 ancestor gods who could kill him. The barbarian race. Lastly, it was true that the barbarian race had the strength to do so. However, there was no reason or need for the barbarian race. Even if they did not join forces with the god race, the barbarian race would not kill the Firmament Sovereign and offend the god race completely. At that thought, Goddess Xiaoxiang was even more certain of her speculation. Suzimo looked at the incomparably confident Goddess Xiaoxiang and was unwilling to argue, merely saying indifferently, "You're thinking too much. Why should I attack your Tao heart's determination? I want your life." Before his sentence was finished, Suzimo attacked once more. Swoosh! In a flash, Suzimo charged towards Goddess Xiaoxiang at an extremely fast speed and arrived before her in the blink of an eye. Goddess Xiaoxiang's face was pale. Against such an attack, notwithstanding the fact that her blood qi was weak and her combat strength was diminished. Even if she was in peak condition, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Her ears buzzed from the 6-daming mantra and she forcibly withdrew a gigantic golden sword to defend against the creation lotus platform. However, its power dissipated and it could not even form at all. Furthermore, there were 6 damning dharmic seals suppressing down from above. Goddess Xiaoxiang felt suffocated. Without hesitation, she withdrew a talisman the same moment she retrieved the gigantic golden sword from her storage ring. That was a protection talisman left behind for her by her mother. As long as it was torn, it could even defend against the full-powered attack of an early-stage Mahayana patriarch. Without hesitation, Goddess Xiaoxiang tore the talisman apart. Beams of blinding golden light burst forth from her palm and formed a barrier around her rapidly. The moment the barrier was formed, the creation lotus platform smashed down. The 6 daeming dharmic seals descended at the same time as well. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Right in front of everyone, Goddess Xiaoxiang was sent flying by the tremendous power and rolled dozens of feet away before landing heavily on the ground. Cough. She coughed twice and could not help but laugh. Although she lost tragically, she still survived because of the barrier. As long as she was alive, once the Firmament Sovereign arrived and they joined forces, they could release the secret skill of their fusion cultivation together and their combat strength would more than double. At that time, Desolate Marshal would die. Su Zimo looked not far away at Goddess Xiaoxiang, who was slowly getting up from the ground, and frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it was a pity. It was an extremely rare opportunity, but he did not manage to kill her, allowing her to release that final trump card. Although his attack earlier on shook the barrier of Goddess Xiaoxiang and its glow dimmed significantly, it did not dissipate. Even if he continued hunting down Goddess Xiaoxiang, it would be difficult for him to gain anything in a short period of time. At that thought, Su Zimo shifted his gaze and focused on the other young masters. Chapter 1572, Essence Spirit Fight. Chapter 1572, Essence Spirit Fight. The remaining 7th Prince, 10th Prince, Young Master Arcane Ghost and Savage Eye felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt chills down their spines upon being targeted by Desolate Marshal. Initially, they were filled with confidence that any one of them was enough to kill Desolate Marshal. But now that Teng Luo and the 9th Prince were dead and Goddess Xiaoxiang was defeated, the few of them remaining did not have much confidence even if they joined forces. On the other side, Yang Beichen, Monkey, and the others had re-entered the battlefield after resting for a moment. That was an extremely tragic blow for the primordial 6 races and they suffered immense loss. If they failed to obtain a clear victory against Desolate Marshal today, they would not have the face to return to the patriarchs of the primordial races. The gazes of young Master Arcane Ghost and the 7th Prince landed on the Island Master of Penglai Island, the Sect Master of Heavenly Dipper Sect and the others. Although they did not say anything, there was a hint of threat in their eyes. A spirit consciousness transmission sounded in midair. Savage Eye turned slightly and looked at a sect as well. However, without his eyes, his action did not attract Su Zimo's attention. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he sneered. He glared at young Master Arcane Ghost who was not far away and walked over in huge stride. "You want to kill me?" Young Master Arcane Ghost narrowed his eyes. "Let's compete in terms of essence spirit then." Skeleton Curse. He channeled his essence spirit and his massive spirit consciousness condensed, releasing an essence spirit secret skill instantly. At the same time, the 7th Prince, 10th Prince, and even Savage Eye released their essence spirit secret skills when they saw that. The fact that the young masters of the primordial races released their essence spirit secret skills meant that they had already been forced into a corner. The first to arrive was young Master Arcane Ghost Skeleton Curse. When he released the essence spirit secret skill, a dark green, nefarious skull appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness. Crackle, crackle. As though it was alive, the skull grinned sinisterly and glared at the black-haired essence spirit. It grit its teeth repeatedly and let out a series of sound. Previously, the spirit-slaying curse released by young Master Arcane Ghost merely formed a cyclone. However, this essence spirit secret skill had already formed a skull with sentience. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. The skull was not the only threat he was facing. Pshoo! Pshoo! In midair, the essence spirit secret skills released by the 2 golden crow princes were 2 golden feathers. The 2 golden feathers were formed by a massive spirit consciousness and burned with scorching flames as they stabbed towards Su Zimo. On the other side, Savage Eye released an essence spirit secret skill as well. His essence spirit secret skill was even more terrifying. It was a blooded eyeball. 4 essence spirit secret skills descended at the same time and charged towards Su Zimo. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment but did not release her essence spirit secret skill. She thought to herself, those 4 essence spirit secret skills are enough to kill you. There's no need for me. With that thought, Rakshasa Yu seemed much more relieved. She did not know that the martial Tao true body had already left a martial spirit imprint on her essence spirit. If she had truly released an essence spirit secret skill on the Green Lotus true body earlier on, the martial spirit imprint would have sensed it and burned. Her essence spirit would be burned to ashes before her essence spirit secret skill could even form. On the battlefield, surrounded by 4 essence spirit secret skills, Suzumo's eyes were relaxed and he became extremely calm. The black-haired essence spirit conjured an essence spirit secret skill right away and his body was surrounded by blinding electric arcs. Suzumo touched his glabella gently and withdrew a whip filled with lightning from his consciousness. The Thunder Emperor's secret skill, Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Piak. Suzumo swung the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped the essence spirit secret skills of the 2 Golden Crow Princes. The collision of essence spirit secret skills was silent. However, the power of thunder and the golden flames that were hidden in the secret skills collided repeatedly and let out a series of crackling sound. At the half-martial ancestor realm, the black-haired essence spirit that comprehended the Tao of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects was nourished by the creation Green Lotus and had an extremely condensed spirit consciousness. Coupled with the Thunder Emperor's secret skill, Suzumo single-handedly took down the 2 golden feathers that burned with flames. Of course, his spirit vanquishing whip dissipated as well and could not be formed. The moment the black-haired essence spirit condensed the spirit vanquishing whip, a green glow burst forth from the creation lotus platform in Suzumo's consciousness. The green light gathered rapidly in his consciousness, forming a sharp green lotus sword that contained extreme killing power. Without Suzumo controlling it intentionally, the Green Lotus sword reacted instantly when it sensed the evil power that barged into his consciousness. Swoosh! The Green Lotus sword slashed towards the dark green skull. The skull was sentient and wanted to dodge, as though it could sense how terrifying the Green Lotus sword was. However, its speed was way too inferior compared to the Green Lotus sword. Clang! The Green Lotus sword descended instantly and slashed the top of the skull. Howl! The skull let out a tragic cry, as though a fiend within was severely injured. Clang! Clang! The Green Lotus sword shone with rays of light that possessed an extremely sharp sword chi as they struck the skull repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the skull was riddled with holes. Boom! Before long, the skull dissipated. As for the Green Lotus sword, it was tainted by many dark green evil powers and its light was much dimmer. Unable to take form, it fell. The creation lotus platform put away the green lotus seeds and continued nourishing them. Before the battle in his consciousness subsided, Suzumo had already turned around to face Savage Eye. In his consciousness, the green lotus sword fought against the skull. As for the black-haired essence spirit, it hovered in midair and assumed a lotus position. Its palms were clasped together as it chanted Sanskrit with a dignified expression. In fact, the phantom of a gigantic Buddha appeared behind the black-haired essence spirit, looking down at the world with a mysterious halo behind its head. The black-haired essence spirit and gigantic Buddha chanted ancient sutras at the same time. Their auras seemed to have fused as Sanskrit reverberated through every single corner of his consciousness in a deafening manner. The Rulai Dharmic Seal. It was an essence spirit secret skill from the Great Day Rulai Sutra and was extremely powerful. Relying on that essence spirit secret skill, Suzumo killed many strong foes and avoided danger. As Sanskrit was chanted, a golden word flew out from Suzumo's glabella, emitting a Buddhist light and divine might. The ancient word descended with a blinding golden light, as though it could suppress everything. The essence spirit secret skill of Savage Eye was extremely evil. The Rulai Dharmic Seal was the most effective against such evil techniques. Under the suppression of the Rulai Dharmic Seal, the blooded eyeball tumbled into nothingness and dissipated into the world. However, the Rulai Dharmic Seal remained condensed and suppressed Savage Eye. Chapter 1573 Eye of Death. Chapter 1573 Eye of Death. Suzimo released a few trump cards in succession and blocked the encirclement of 4 young masters of the primordial races. Furthermore, even after the Rulai Dharmic seal suppressed the essence spirit secret skill of the Heavenly Eye race, it still possessed an extremely terrifying power and flew towards Savage Eye. In Suzimo's consciousness, after the Green Lotus sword shattered the dark green skull, young Master Arcane Ghost grunted and swayed. In a flash, Suzimo disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of young Master Arcane Ghost. Kill! Suzimo suddenly shouted and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. The two of them were extremely close. As a witch, young Master Arcane Ghost's physique and bloodline were ordinary, and the Thunderclap Kill dealt a huge blow to him. Instantly, blood spurted from his ears, nose, and mouth. His dark green eyes exploded from Suzimo's shout, and he lost his sight on the spot as his vision became complete darkness. He was no longer bleeding from all 7 orifices were shattered. Young Master Arcane Ghost's body shuddered and his mind rumbled. His 5 senses were completely crippled by the vibrations of Thunderclap Kill. For a half-martial ancestor expert, such an injury was not fatal. However, young Master Arcane Ghost knew clearly that his life was hanging by a thread. /illusionary curse. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit and released the life-saving secret skill of the witch race. Suddenly, his body shone with a dark green glow and his figure began to turn illusory, as though he was in another space. It was unpredictable and unfathomable. After releasing Thunderclap Kill, Suzimo slapped down. However, he had not expected that the palm would pierce through young Master Arcane Ghost's blurry figure and miss. Yet, young Master Arcane Ghost was safe and sound. Suzimo had seen that illusory curse before. Back then, an elder of the witch race released the secret incantation, but Night Spirit saw through it and killed him. Unsurprised, Suzimo focused his gaze and his left eye shone with a strange black light, as though a pitch-black stone had appeared. The nether glow stone. Suzimo's left eye shone with a mysterious nether glow. Initially, young Master Arcane Ghost's figure was unpredictable and unfathomable. However, it could not be hidden against the illumination of the nether glow. Right now, Suzimo's eye was no different from Night Spirit. Bang! Suzimo's palm descended once more and slapped the top of young Master Arcane Ghost's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the gazes of all living beings, young Master Arcane Ghost's head was crushed by Suzimo's palm. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless. He took the life of another young master of the primordial races once he attacked again. That's right, we could already tell back then in the Tao inheritance ground. Even when the various titular disciples wanted to join forces to kill him, they were killed by him instead. Hey! Something's not right. Right then, a humanoid living being suddenly said, "Young Master Arcane Ghost isn't dead." Ah! The secret skill of the witch race is truly mysterious. He isn't dead yet. Right in front of many cultivators, a green-robed figure staggered and escaped from the blood mist. From his appearance, it was young Master Arcane Ghost. Although the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked, Suzimo merely frowned slightly and understood before long. Back then, the young master of the witch race who died in Ethereal Peak cultivated a similar secret skill that resembled a double puppet. At the most critical moment, they could die in his place. That was equivalent to an additional life. However, that posed no threat to Suzimo at all. At the most, he would just kill young Master Arcane Ghost once more. In a flash, Suzimo caught up to young Master Arcane Ghost in a few steps. His gaze intensified as he prepared to release a killing move. Desolate Marshal, don't force me. Knowing that he could not escape, young Master Arcane Ghost turned around suddenly and faced Suzimo, shrieking with a tragic expression. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread from his body. Suzimo was familiar with that fluctuation. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Wu Xie self-destructed his essence spirit and released a curse, wanting to kill him completely, the life-severing curse. In reality, Suzimo no longer feared the life-severing curse with his current creation Lotus platform. However, the Green Lotus sword had just destroyed the skeleton curse. If he were to condense it again once more to fight against the life-severing curse, even if it could dispel the latter, there was a chance that his black-haired essence spirit would be affected. The 7th and 10th princes of the Golden Crow race had already arrived. On the other side, the heavenly eye on Savage Eye's glabella opened completely and released a terrifying visual technique with an extremely frightening aura. The heavenly eye race had many visual techniques. The first and most powerful among them was the Eye of Death. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the Eye of Death. If one was careless, they might blind their own heavenly eye cultivating that. The heavenly eye of the heavenly eye race embodied their lifetime of cultivation. Once it was injured, it was extremely difficult to heal and was almost equivalent to severing one's future cultivation path. In worst-case scenarios, they might even refine themselves to death. That was also one of the reasons why the visual technique was known as the Eye of Death. Throughout history, there had been many heavenly eye race beings who died because they cultivated the Eye of Death. Of course, the greatest reason was because the might of the visual technique was terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of the visual technique, it also contained the power of an essence spirit secret skill. Nobody could stop the Eye of Death once it opened. That was what it truly meant to kill without batting an eyelid. The cultivation of the Eye of Death was extremely difficult and dangerous. Without a shocking will, extraordinary courage, strong mental fortitude, exceptional talent, and even heavenly-defying luck, it was difficult to cultivate it successfully. Throughout history, there were extremely few heavenly eye race beings who could cultivate the Eye of Death. Savage Eye was one of them. Among the heavenly eye race, the previous person to cultivate the Eye of Death had to be traced back to 40,000 years ago. On the battlefield. The moment the Eye of Death opened, Zimo felt his scalp prickle as a warning flashed in his mind. This was the first time he felt such an immense threat up till this point of the battle. Zimo stopped in his tracks and gave up on chasing after young Master Arcane Ghost. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Savage Eye. When the Eye of Death opened, Savage Eye's figure seemed to have vanished. In that darkness, there was only a single heavenly eye that hovered in midair. The bulged eyeball was dead without life, emanating a shuddering aura of death. A grey beam of light burst forth from the Eye of Death. Everywhere it passed, it took away all life and charged towards the Rulai Dharmic seal in midair. The Rulai Dharmic seal possessed a divine might and shone with a blinding golden light. However, after the grey beam of light descended, the golden light of the Rulai Dharmic seal was suppressed instantly and dimmed. The death beam penetrated the Rulai Dharmic seal silently and enveloped Zimo. Chapter 1574 Visual Technique Showdown. Chapter 1574 Visual Technique Showdown. Opportunity. The eyes of the two Golden Crow princes lit up. As primordial races, they knew the Eye of Death way too well. No paragon or monster incarnate of the same cultivation realm could escape unscathed from the envelopment of the Eye of Death. When the 7th and 10th princes joined forces, their movement techniques became even faster and they charged towards Zimo at full speed. "What are you guys waiting for?" Young Master Arcane Ghost noticed that as well and hollered. A vicious glint flashed through the eyes of the initially restless sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect. Suddenly, they stood up and conjured hand seals, releasing two powerful dharmic art. "Lonely Heaven. Split Earth." The two sect masters shouted. Massive dharmic powers gathered in front of the two of them and two gigantic, terrifying stars appeared. They seemed corporeal and were no different from the stars in the firmament. The two stars descended and living beings with lesser cultivation realms let out sorrowful cries. The Lonely Heaven star was one of the 36 Heavenly Dipper stars. The Split Earth star was one of the 72 Malevolent Earth stars. The two sect masters conjured the two stars with their dharmic powers using a supreme secret skill. The surface of the Lonely Heaven star was filled with surging Heavenly Dipper wind. Raging Malevolent Earth fire burned on the surface of the Split Earth star. Gol. The two sect masters hollered murderously and sent the two dharmic arts towards Zimo. Two gigantic stars smashed towards Zimo with a shocking aura. Compared to the two gigantic stars, Zimo was like a speck of dust that could be crushed into particles with ease. How dare you? The palace lord of Enigma Palace was enraged when he saw that. However, he was fighting against experts of the primordial 6 races and could not break away. The 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect attacked suddenly. By the time he realized, it was already too late for him to stop them. Instantly, changes happened on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Desolate Marshal was surrounded on all sides and was in extreme danger. How shameless. To think that Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect would actually attack behind Desolate Marshal's back at this moment. Many cultivators were enraged when they saw that. You guys have a death wish. Sensing the dharmic power fluctuation behind him, Suzimo said word by word with a cold expression. He did not turn back to look. That was because the greatest threat to him was the eye of death that came from Savage Eye at the front. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly when she saw that. She could not help but feel worried. She knew very well that Suzimo would definitely be severely injured when the Eye of Death opened. The 2 Golden Crow Princes were about to arrive while the dharmic arts conjured by the sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect had already descended. Young Master Arcane Ghost would attack as well after he snapped out of his stupor. Suzimo could not defend against such an attack at all. As though she was possessed, she took a half-step forward instinctively. It was not because she wanted to attack Suzimo, but because she wanted to stop the 2 princes of the Golden Crow race and help Suzimo resolve the crisis as much as possible. Rakshasa Yu clearly knew that the green-robed cultivator before her was merely a clone of that detestable person. However, for some reason, it was as though she was under a spell. Not only did she not wish to harm the detestable person, she even did not wish to harm his clone. In the depths of her heart, she even wanted to help that detestable person. Rakshasa Yu, what are you doing? Right then, a cold voice sounded. Rakshasa Yu glanced sideways and caught sight of Goddess Xiaoxiang, who was healing not far away. The latter's eyes were narrowed and she was glaring at her with a cold expression. Rakshasa Yu panicked, as though all the secrets in the depths of her heart had been seen through by Goddess Xiaoxiang. However, she composed herself very quickly and said indifferently, "Nothing much. I merely wanted to attack." Oh. Goddess Xiaoxiang smirked and refused to give up, asking, "Did you want to attack to deal with Desolate Marshal or help him? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Rakshasa Yu replied expressionlessly. "Foo-foo." Goddess Xiaoxiang sneered, "Rakshasa Yu, I've already noticed something unusual about you from earlier on. We're fighting Desolate Marshal to the death and yet, you don't seem to attack much. You definitely owe us an explanation after today's matter is over. What's there to explain?" As a young mistress of the primordial races, Rakshasa Yu was not afraid of Goddess Xiaoxiang and sneered as well. "You guys are strong. I thought that it was enough with just you guys attacking. Who would have thought that the group of you would be beaten so badly by Desolate Marshal? How shameful. You." Goddess Xiaoxiang was speechless from anger. Although Rakshasa Yu rebutted fiercely on the surface, she sighed internally. Now that she was targeted by Goddess Xiaoxiang, there was no way she could help Suzimo. As Rakshasa Yu and Goddess Xiaoxiang were arguing, both parties on the battlefield had already begun fighting. Suzimo looked at the grey beam of light and his eyes turned rapidly pitch black, as though it was the depths of a bottomless abyss. Nether Glow Eye. After cultivating in the Kunlun ruins for all these years, Suzimo had long attained greater mastery of the Nether Glow Eye. A beam of light shot out from Suzimo's left eye as well, pitch black as ink. The temperature in the world dipped as a sinister wind blew. Savage Eye tilted his head and his expression changed slightly. He was blind and his perception of the outside world far surpassed others. He could sense an extremely terrifying power surging forward that was not weaker than his Eye of Death. What was even more frightening was that the energy fluctuation seemed to have awakened a fear that was long sealed in the depths of his bloodline. Boom! The black and grey beams of light collided. The void where they collided caved in deeply and the dharmic powers in the surroundings froze instantly, covered by a layer of frost. The 2 powers devoured and fought continuously without relenting. After a momentary pause, both powers dissipated in the clash. It was a draw. All the living beings and young masters of the primordial races were shocked when they saw that desolate Marshall's visual technique could match the eye of death of the heavenly eye race. The darkness in Suzimo's eyes gradually faded. However, Savage Eye was motionless. Suddenly, Savage Eye opened his mouth and let out a tragic cry. A stream of blood flowed out from his heavenly eye in a shocking manner. It was not a draw. Savage Eye's heavenly eye was injured. All living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. Many cultivators cheered excitedly when they saw that. It's the Nether Glow Eye. The Nether Glow Eye. Savage Eye clutched the heavenly eye on his glabella. He glared at Suzimo with the pitch-black sockets on his face as he howled hysterically, "Impossible. That's impossible. How do you know that visual technique?" Finally, Savage Eye recalled what the energy fluctuation that terrified him was. The young masters of the primordial races were shocked. Nether Glow Eye. That was the visual technique of the primordial era's taboo divine who. To think that it would reappear on a human today. Chapter 1575 Fatal Killing Intent. Chapter 1575 Fatal Killing Intent. The moment he released the Nether Glow Eye, Suzimo closed 2 fingers on his left hand and conjured a sword art, slashing in the direction of the lonely heaven and split earth stars. Kai. 2 blinding sword chi burst forth and struck the 2 stars instantly. Heaven-slaying sword chi. Boom. There was a loud bang. The 2 stars froze in midair. Comment. After a brief pause, a smooth cut appeared on the surface of the 2 stars right in front of all the living beings. Boom. 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 Immediately after, 2 stars split apart and were sliced neatly into 2 from the middle by the heaven-slaying sword chi. They fell and their dharmic powers dissipated. At the same time, the 2 golden crow princes arrived. Suzimo freed his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The blood chi in his body surged and he threw 2 punches behind him without even turning back. Bang! Bang! The 2 punches collided against the 3rd leg of the 2 golden crow princes and a dull sound of defeat echoed. Crack! 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 Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The 10th prince shrieked tragically and transformed into a streak of golden light, retreating. The 3rd leg of the golden crow race that was the toughest and most lethal was broken by a single punch from Suzimo. The most frightening thing was that this was not Suzimo's full strength. It was a counterattack after he fought against the Eye of Death and the 2 sect masters of the human race. Even so, the 10th prince could not withstand it. Young Master Arcane Ghost snapped out of his stupor and wanted to attack. However, he realized that Suzimo had single-handedly suppressed all the attacks of 5 people together. His heart skipped a beat as the dharmic art he had just conjured dissipated. The 7th prince's blood chi was strong and he was the strongest of the Golden Crow 10 princes. Although he could withstand Suzimo's punch, his Golden Crow leg had lost all feeling as well. He was shocked and did not dare to stay on the spot, retreating hurriedly to distance himself from Suzimo, wanting to dodge the latter's counterattack. However, this time round, Suzimo did not chase after them. Suddenly, Suzimo turned around and glared at the 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect coldly. I can ignore your cowardice and fear of death in the face of the primordial races. However, I cannot tolerate you attacking from the back. The 2 of you are not worthy of being the sect masters of Immortal and Fiend sect. In my opinion, the 2 of you are worse than dogs. Suzimo was truly enraged. He had a deep feud with super sects such as Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and Zephyr Thunder Palace. However, when Suzimo arrived at Enigma Palace today, he ignored those sects. That was because although those sects were afraid of death, they knew that they were humans and did not stand on the side of the primordial races. However, the actions of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect had crossed Suzimo's bottom line completely. He wanted to kill the primordial races. However, before them, he wanted to kill the 2 sect masters first. Suzimo's gaze was like lightning as he strode towards the 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before them. The 2 sect masters were stunned stiffly on the spot by Suzimo's aura and did not turn to escape, as though they were scared out of their wits. As for the cultivators behind the two sect masters, they reacted one after another and fled in all directions with flustered expressions, afraid that they would be implicated. Even if they were implicated by accident, they could die easily in a battle of this level. Die! Suzumo hollered and his blood chi surged. Like a god, he extended his gigantic palm and descended from the heavens, covering the skies. The power of that palm was immense and enveloped the two sect masters. Although Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect had body-tempering dharmic formulations, Suzumo was confident that his furious palm strike was enough to kill the two sect masters on the spot. The two sect masters were flustered as they summoned their destiny dharmic weapons, wanting to defend against Suzumo's palm strike. However, before the palm crushed down completely, the terrifying power had already suffocated the two sect masters. Both their faces were red and their eyes were bloodshot. Blood could even be seen oozing from the surface of their bodies under the terrifying pressure. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, everyone felt that the two sect masters were already dead. However, right then, a strange glint flashed through the depths of the eyes of the two sect masters. The next moment, a warning flashed in Suzumo's mind. He felt a chilling killing intent. The sense of danger was multiple times, even dozens of times stronger than the eye of death. This was definitely not the power of the half-martial ancestor realm. There was only a single possibility for him to sense such a strong threat. A Mahayana patriarch had attacked. Suzumo was alarmed. What surprised him was not that there was a Mahayana patriarch here. Although the 10,000 race meet of Enigma Palace was a negotiation between half-martial ancestor experts and conjoint body mighty figures on the surface, countless Mahayana patriarchs were watching from the shadows. What truly surprised him was that he did not see where the Mahayana patriarch was. Even though he had already sensed the arrival of danger, he did not notice any traces of this Mahayana patriarch. Actually, ever since Suzumo descended to fight against the young masters of the primordial races, he had not used his full strength the entire time. He had some trump cards that he had not released up till this point. For example, he merely released 2 heaven-slaying sword chi earlier on when he slashed down the star dharmic arts of the two sect masters. Suzumo did not hold back intentionally. It was because the moment he descended in Enigma Palace, his spirit perception sensed an imperceptible killing intent that was extremely dangerous. The danger did not come from the primordial 6 races. Even his spirit perception could not sense the origin of that killing intent. In fact, each time he tried to sense it carefully, the trace of killing intent would vanish. That was the reason why Suzumo held back the entire time. He was worried that he would meet with immense danger. At that moment, he came to a realization. The shuddering killing intent he felt came from a Mahayana patriarch. But now, even though danger had descended and he could even smell the aura of death, he could not see any traces of the Mahayana patriarch. Where exactly? Although those thoughts crossed Suzumo's mind, in reality, everything happened in a flash. Behind the two sect masters, a flustered cultivator who was scared out of his wits and was about to escape suddenly stopped. He did not make any large movements and merely raised his arm gently. Unknowingly, a slender sword had already appeared in his palm. It trembled slightly like a gigantic silver needle and shone with a cold glint. Sheeing. The sword was aimed at Suzumo's glabella and arrived instantly. Nobody saw how he attacked. It was as though the sword had already arrived before Suzumo the moment the person raised his hand. Chapter 1576, Patriarch Hidden Death. Chapter 1576, Patriarch Hidden Death. It had to be said that this was an almost perfect assassination attempt. Even Suzumo had to admit that if his spirit perception had not warned him earlier on such that he was on guard the entire time, that attack would have taken his life. In the cultivation world, there was only a single sect that could plot such a perfect assassination. Hidden Death Sect, one of the 7 Fiend Sect. The cultivator in Heavenly Dipper Sect's robes behind the two sect masters was not from Heavenly Dipper Sect at all, but a Mahayana patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Comment. If a Mahayana patriarch of Hidden Death Sect were to mix into the crowd and hide his cultivation realm, no one would be able to notice it. Actually, The attack of the two sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect was not a coincidence. If the two sect masters could injure Suzimo severely, that would be for the best. Even if they could not, it did not matter. That was because this Patriarch of Hidden Death sect expected that the attack of the two sect masters would definitely anger Desolate Marshal and he would turn to deal with the two of them. In his rage and unstable emotions, it would be even more difficult for Desolate Marshal to notice his existence. Therefore, the two sect masters attacked to anger Desolate Marshal and make him take the initiative to lure out this fatal sword. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect believed that this sword strike was enough to kill Desolate Marshal. Unfortunately, although he predicted everything, he did not expect Desolate Marshal to possess an unfathomable spirit perception. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. Suzimo had long sensed danger. The sword did not cause any ripples. However, Suzimo's head was suddenly reared and his entire body was almost laid flat in midair. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect narrowed his eyes. The attack missed. To be precise, Suzimo did not dodge because he attacked. The moment he attacked, Suzimo had already dodged. Swoosh! A pair of wings grew from Suzimo's back and lightning enveloped his body as he turned into a golden streak of light and sped behind me. With his location exposed, the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect no longer hid himself and sneered, "You still want to escape from my sword?" The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect did not retract his sword after his attack missed. He merely flicked his wrist. As though it was sentient, the slender sword bent down and its tip pointed down, piercing more than 10 times towards Suzimo. Poof! 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 Arrows of blood spewed out, rising to the highest point before scattering down. What's going on? Desolate Marshal is injured. Who was that? That aura doesn't seem to belong to a conjoint body mighty figure. It's Mahayana Patriarch. Desolate Marshal is definitely dead now that a Patriarch attacked. The crowd exclaimed. All living beings were shaken. A Mahayana Patriarch had appeared even before the commencement of the 10,000 race meet. Hidden Death Sect. The eyes of the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace widened in disbelief. First, Zimo, Monkey and the others looked at the figure that fell from midair and shouted with furious expressions. Sigh. Desolate Marshal was invincible and overwhelmed all the paragons and monster incarnates such that even the young masters of the primordial races had to avoid him. To think that he would be assassinated by a patriarch of the human race. Why would Hidden Death Sect attempt an assassination on Desolate Marshal? Feared that many cultivators of Hidden Death Sect died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. That might be the reason. That doesn't make sense. At most, it's a personal feud. Right now, we're in a standoff with the primordial 6 races. To think that Hidden Death Sect would kill the monster incarnate of the human race with the greatest potential. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed. Right then, just as the figure in midair was about to fall to the ground, his body moved. He stood up and landed on the ground. The figure staggered and was drenched in blood. However, he was not dead. Pest! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped. He was not dead. This was an assassination attempt by a Mahayana Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Even patriarchs and experts of the 10,000 races might not be able to survive. Suzimo clutched his chest and his face was somewhat pale. He glared at the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect not far away with a cold gaze. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He was the type that no one would notice if he was thrown into the crowd. However, such a person was the most suitable for assassination. Although Suzimo dodged it right away, the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect reacted extremely quickly and changed tactics at the last moment, stabbing more than 10 times. All the sword stabs landed on Suzimo. Every single stab penetrated his green lotus true body. That seemingly unassuming thin sword was the dharmic treasure of a patriarch. Only dharmic treasures could penetrate Suzimo's grade 7 green lotus true body. Every single stab was fatal and dealt serious injuries, one of them even pierced his heart. You're quite capable to be able to escape from my hands alive. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect said indifferently. Why did you attack me? Su Zimo asked coldly. Tallowed him too. Right then, the voice of Savage Eye sounded from the side. Su Zimo was slightly stunned before realization flashed through his eyes. Earlier on, the young masters of the primordial races were forced into an extremely sorry state by him. Thereafter, the seventh prince, young master Arcane Ghost and the others sent secret voice transmissions to sects such as Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect to deal with him together. At that time, Savage Eye turned around and faced a direction as well. Because he was blinded, Su Zimo was not bothered by his actions. Now that he thought about it, that scene should have been when Savage Eye informed the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect to prepare to attack. In that case, Hidden Death sect has already submitted to the Heavenly Eye race? Su Zimo asked with a mocking expression and a sneer. The Mahayana Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was no ordinary cultivator. But now, the fact that he was subservient to the young master of the Heavenly Eye race was proof of something. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was expressionless and remained silent. Savage Eye nodded instead. That's right. Hidden Death sect has already submitted to the Heavenly Eye race in advance. All the sects and factions present today, listen up. If you choose to submit to the Heavenly Eye race, we can protect you and let you guys have a place to reside in Tianhuang mainland. Savage Eye surveyed his surroundings with his pitch-black sockets and said, if you insist on resisting today, you'll be going against the Heavenly Eye race. Many cultivators were silent and exchanged glances. All of them could see the hesitation, ambivalence, and fear in their eyes. The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Glass Palace, and the other super sects chose to remain silent. You cultivators of Hidden Death sect cultivate many concealment techniques and hide your tracks such that nobody can discover your presence. What are you afraid of? Why did you choose to submit? The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace asked through gritted teeth in disbelief. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was silent for a long time before saying slowly, we can't hide from everybody. Every single Heavenly Eye race being can see through our tracks. The secret skills of Hidden Death sect can't be hidden from the Heavenly Eye. Hidden Death sect has no other choice. Chapter 1577, You have to die even if you don't wish to die. Chapter 1577, You have to die even if you don't wish to die. No other choice. Su Zimo smiled. Did Clear Wind Temple have a choice? Did Clear Heart Nunnery have a choice? Su Zimo glared at the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect and shouted, if we have to submit to the primordial races because we have no other choice, the human race would have been destroyed in the ancient era. If not for the endless corpses of our human predecessors and the arduous battles of the ancient emperors, there wouldn't be the peace of the human race in history. His words were powerful and resonating. Cultivators of some super sects such as Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect and the others lowered their heads in shame. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was expressionless and silent. Su Zimo pointed at the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect. The land beneath your feet was paved with endless blood and bones by countless human ancestors. You were born and grew up here. Yet, you choose to kneel to the primordial races. How can you face our human ancestors? Those words were sharper than any weapons and every single word struck one's heart. Finally, the expression of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect changed. He had already cultivated to the Mahayana realm and had experienced countless life and death battles and storms. His Tao heart was steady as a rock and unshakable. Even an offensive dharmic formulation specifically targeted at one's Tao heart would have difficulty affecting him, let alone a few words. However, Su Zimo's words caused his Tao heart to waver and revealed a flaw. The expression of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect darkened as he suddenly sneered, to think that desolate marshal would be someone with a glib tongue. It's useless for me even if you say that. Lentered the path of cultivation for the sake of longevity. I'm only 50,000 years old and I don't want to die yet. Mahayana patriarchs had a lifespan of 100,000 years and were at the peak at 50,000 years old. Death has nothing to do with whether you want to or not. Su Zimo glared at the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect murderously and said word by word, today, even if you don't wish to die, you have to. Fu. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect sneered. Why? The renowned strongest monster incarnate in history, half-martial ancestor Desolate Martial, is going to kill a Mahayana patriarch like me? Why not? Suzimo said coldly, patriarchs merely possess blood rebirth. That does not mean they can't die. Hee. How ignorant. When they heard that, the two sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect sneered with mocking expressions. The island master of Penglai Island and sect masters of Poison sect and Corpse Refinement cult watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting to watch the show. The young masters of the primordial races seized the opportunity to recuperate and recover their stamina. The living beings of the 10,000 races knew one thing: towards the later stages of cultivation, the difference in strength was magnified and it was even more difficult to challenge someone above their level. For example, at the Chi Condensation, Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms, the paragons of most sects could fight beyond their levels. In fact, they could even kill opponents across major cultivation realms. However, at the Conjoint Body and Mahayana realm, such a phenomenon was extremely rare. Furthermore, there was an insurmountable gap between a half-martial ancestor and a patriarch that was not a matter of cultivation realm. It was a complete transformation in terms of strength level. Even in the Golden Ancient Era, where the cultivation civilization was at its peak and there were many monster incarnates such as the Eternal Human Emperor and the Fiend Emperor Hatred, there had never been any half-martial ancestors who could kill patriarchs above their levels. The living beings of the 10,000 races admitted that Desolate Martial was the strongest monster incarnate of this generation. In fact, even the young masters of the primordial races were slightly inferior to him. However, the living beings of the 10,000 races did not believe that Desolate Martial could kill Mahayana patriarchs across a major cultivation realm. The patriarch of Hidden Death sect smirked with a mocking expression. Desolate Martial, you might indeed stand a chance if you weren't injured. Unfortunately, you were struck by my 16 strikes earlier on. Although I did not manage to pierce your essence spirit, my 16 strikes pierced your organs and snapped your tendons and limbs. At that point, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Conjoint body mighty figures could indeed regrow severed limbs. However, that was only if one had sufficient blood chi. For conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts, the destruction of a shattered heart was already a devastating blow. With a shattered heart, blood chi would drain rapidly and combat strength would be diminished. There was no way anybody could hold on for much longer. Furthermore, his organs were shattered and his life force was severed. With his tendons snapped, Desolate Martial's body was equivalent to being crippled. Hidden Death sect was best at assassination. How could a patriarch of Hidden Death sect return empty-handed from an assassination attempt? My 16 strikes have severed the life from your organs. Although you can still stand now, you're already at the end of your road. The patriarch of Hidden Death sect sneered, Desolate Martial, stop acting. You can't hide from me. Is that so? Suzimo released his grip on his chest and said calmly, sorry to disappoint you. Splash. The sound of a tsunami surged and rumbled from Suzimo's body without any signs of weakness. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked with widened eyes. Impossible. The patriarch of Hidden Death sect frowned. It was the same for the living beings of the 10,000 races. There was no way the attacks of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect could have missed. All the living beings of the 10,000 races witnessed the blood arrows that shot out from midair. The only explanation was the Green Lotus True Body. This Green Lotus True Body is truly powerful. He can even heal instantly after his heart was pierced. That's right. It'll be much simpler to recover the life force of other organs with the recovery of the heart and circulation of blood chi. The only way to destroy such powerful regeneration capabilities is to shatter this Green Lotus True Body into pieces. A cultivator said in a deep voice, in that case, the true purpose of Desolate Martial's conversation with the patriarch of Hidden Death sect earlier on was to buy time for his Green Lotus True Body to recover. So what if he has recovered? Even after recovering, Desolate Martial is merely a half-martial ancestor. How can he fight against a Mahayana patriarch? Many living beings did not think highly of Desolate Martial in this battle. Interesting. The patriarch of Hidden Death sect smiled and calmed down quickly. Since that's the case, I'll kill you once more. Before his sentence was finished, the figure of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect swayed and he disappeared in front of everyone's countless gazes. He's gone. I can't even sense any aura. All the living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes in shock. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace's heart skipped a beat as though he recalled something. Suddenly, he shouted, "Desolate Marshal, watch out. That's a divine power. Invisibility." Invisibility was one of the thousands of lesser divine powers. There were many concealment dharmic arts, but they would always reveal various flaws. As for invisibility, the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect truly vanished completely without a trace in front of everyone. Be it spirit consciousness probing, listening, or sensing, none of them could detect the aura of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. That was the terror of Hidden Death Sect. This lesser divine power, coupled with Hidden Death Sect's assassination Tao, was perfect. Even ordinary Mahayana patriarchs could not defend against this sudden attack. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect vanished. However, everyone knew that he would definitely launch a thunderous attack the next time he appeared. Chapter 1578, Life Exchange. Chapter 1578, Life Exchange. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. When the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect released his invisibility, he closed his eyes and even blocked his 5 senses. That was the only way his spirit perception could sense the existence of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Actually, he could also see through the tracks of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect using the nether glow eye. However, even if he could see through it, it would be difficult for him to react. Not only did the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect conceal himself, his movement technique was extremely fast as he lingered around Su Zimo indeterminately. Su Zimo's nether glow eye could not keep up with the speed of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect at all. He could only locate the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect with his spirit perception. However, that was not enough. Mahayana patriarchs possessed the divine power of blood rebirth. It was extremely difficult to kill Mahayana patriarchs. As for the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, he would definitely be even more wary if he could not kill right away. It would be even more difficult to kill after the first attempt. Therefore, to Su Zimo, there would only be a single chance to attack. In such a tense and dangerous battlefield, Su Zimo's mind was calm instead, like an ancient well that was peaceful and emotionless. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect did not appear. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and he was motionless as well. Although everything seemed calm on the surface, everyone knew that there was a turbulent undercurrent beneath the calmness. Once it was released, raging tides would definitely be stirred. The atmosphere on the battlefield was turning increasingly tense. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races that were watching instinctively held their breaths and refused to blink. There was a high chance that life and death would be decided in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, the fight between the primordial 6 races and the human race had gradually stopped as well. Both parties separated and watched Su Zimo on the battlefield. At that moment, even though Monkey and the others were extremely worried, they did not dare to advance rashly nor make a single sound for fear of affecting Su Zimo. At this moment, a single moment of distraction could result in death. Time slowly passed. Half an hour had passed. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect did not appear nor did he attack. That half hour was an immense torture for the living beings of the 10,000 races present, as though half a year had passed. That was the terror of Hidden Death Sect. Assassins of Hidden Death Sect were extremely patient. As long as they did not appear, one had to be on guard without letting up at all. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect seemed to have left. On the battlefield, Su Zimo's eyes were closed, as though he had fallen asleep. When even the living beings of the 10,000 races were getting impatient, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, ripples appeared on that water surface of the ancient well. Aslander's sword appeared diagonally behind Su Zimo and stabbed towards his head silently. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect had finally attacked. Of course, by the time the living beings of the 10,000 races caught sight of that strike, the tip of the sword was already on Su Zimo's head. Suddenly, in a flash, a palm appeared on the wrist of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect that was gripping his sword. It was strong and grabbed his wrist tightly. The thin sword had already touched Suzumo's scalp and blood even flowed out, but it could not push down. Hidden Death Sect specialized in assassination. However, their physiques and bloodlines were not that strong. Even Mahayana patriarchs of Hidden Death Sect could not compare to Suzumo's Green Lotus true body in terms of physique and bloodline. Desolate Marshal managed to defend against the killing move of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect as well. Even he had not expected that Suzumo would be able to see through his tracks and prevent his killing move. Suzumo had the advantage and he had countless methods to severely injure the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect at such a close distance. In fact, he could snap the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect's wrist if he exerted strength. However, none of those methods could kill a Mahayana patriarch completely. He only had a single chance. If he missed it and allowed the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect to escape, it would be a huge threat to him or everyone else. Kill. Suzumo's gaze burned brightly as he suddenly shouted. Gripping the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect's wrist tightly with his right hand to prevent him from escaping, he conjured a sword art with his left hand and slashed towards the latter. Not good. The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was alarmed and his pupils constricted. Buzz. A blinding light burst forth from Suzumo's sword finger. It was not a single sword chi at all. It was 108,000. In order to kill the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, Suzumo did not show any mercy and 108,000 sword chi enveloped the patriarch. Pest. All the living beings of the 10,000 races gasped in shock. The concentrated sword chi was enough to slice the entire void into pieces, let alone a person. Those sword chi could destroy all life within the body of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. The prerequisite of blood rebirth was for one's essence spirit to survive. Furthermore, one had to possess a drop of blood that possessed life force. The release of the 108,000 sword chi was enough to destroy every single drop of blood and even the essence spirit of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. It was too ruthless. The living beings of the 10,000 races grimaced with shock in their eyes. The attack of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect missed and Suzumo seized the opening to release such a terrifying attack. He did not give the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect a second chance to attack. Kill. Right then, a resolute look flashed through the eyes of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect as he growled deeply as well. He ignored the 108,000 incoming sword chi and extended his other hand. A cold light burst forth from his sleeves and entered Suzumo's chest. It was the second sword of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Both parties suffered losses. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Or rather, this could no longer be considered as an internecine outcome, they were exchanging lives instead. The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect knew that he would not be able to escape death. However, even if he had to die, he had to drag Suzumo down with him. The two of them were way too close. Suzumo held the wrist of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect in his right hand and released the heaven-slaying sword chi with his left. He did not have time to defend against the sword at all. When the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi descended on the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, the latter's sword stabbed his chest as well. Buzz. The sword quivered in his chest and released streams of extremely sharp sword intent, as though they wanted to tear everything apart. This was the final attack of a Mahayana patriarch before his death. The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect released his full power without holding back at all. Swoosh. A green streak of light flew out from Suzumo's head. The Creation Lotus platform protected the black-haired essence spirit and burst forth, escaping from the battlefield rapidly. Poof. Poof. The moment the Creation Lotus platform left, Suzumo's Green Lotus true body was sliced into pieces by the final slash of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, turning into a pile of flesh. His organs were sliced into pieces and fresh blood dripped in a terrifying sight. However, it was even worse for the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. He was turned into a blood mist by the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi. Chapter 1579, Blood Rebirth. Chapter 1579, Blood Rebirth. The outcome of the fight was decided in a flash. To be precise, life and death was decided in less than a single breath. Unexpectedly, the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was dead. As a half-martial ancestor, Desolate Martial actually crossed a major cultivation realm and killed a Mahayana patriarch. However, the price was truly tragic. The Green Lotus true body was shattered by the patriarch's final slash, turning into a pile of blooded flesh that was completely crippled. Even if Desolate Martial's essence spirit survived under the protection of the Creation Lotus platform, he no longer posed a threat after losing his Green Lotus true body. From this moment on, the strongest monster incarnate in history who dominated Tianhuang mainland and suppressed the titular disciples while overwhelming the young masters of the primordial races had become a thing of the past. "Brother!" Su Xiaoning exclaimed softly with reddened eyes and tears rolling down her cheeks. Sigh. Monkey, the spirit tiger and everyone else sighed as well. On the other hand, Night Spirit was expressionless. The living beings of the 10,000 races had conflicted expressions. Some of them looked regretful while others gloated. For the young masters of the primordial 6 races, although the outcome was slightly worse than they had imagined, it was acceptable. Although Desolate Martial was not dead, he was already a cripple in their eyes. It was only then that the young masters of the primordial races heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed, smiling once more. On the other hand, Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. I wonder if that detestable person will appear now that his clone is destroyed. Rakshasa Yu lamented internally, I hope he doesn't come. Even if he does, it's useless and he'll die here. Desolate Martial, I'll admit that you're very strong. To think that you could kill a Mahayana patriarch like me who was a major cultivation realm above you. The voice of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect reverberated through the air. The essence spirit of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword Qi, and the current voice was merely a remnant consciousness that he left in the world. However, I'm going to tell you. Even if you can kill me, I'll make you pay a painful price. Ha ha ha. Although I'm dead, it won't be for naught if I can destroy such a powerful monster incarnate. If anyone mentions Desolate Martial in the future, they'll definitely think of me as well. I'll definitely be recorded in the books of history. Everyone will remember that I was the one who crippled Desolate Martial's Green Lotus true body. I was the one who knocked the #1 monster incarnate in history down from his pedestal. The remnant consciousness of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect roared in laughter. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Right then, the Creation Lotus platform flew over from afar. Su Zimo's voice sounded from within. One after another, pink lotus petals opened and a resplendent glow spread, revealing a black-haired essence spirit that was in a lotus position. "What did you say?" The remnant consciousness of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect hollered. The black-haired essence spirit rose and channeled his spirit consciousness, saying slowly, "Green Lotus true body, condense." The void was filled with a strange noble might that possessed a tremendous amount of life force. Under countless gazes, the shattered flesh of the Green Lotus true body gathered and reconstructed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Green Lotus true body reappeared. His entire body looked transparent and flawless. As his blood qi surged, his organs were filled with a tremendous amount of life force. The massive battlefield was silent. All the living beings watched with eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Blood rebirth? Countless questions surfaced in the minds of the living beings of the 10,000 races. It looked exactly the same as the blood rebirth of a Mahayana patriarch. Desolate Martial has already entered the Mahayana realm and became a Mahayana patriarch. No, he's still a half-martial ancestor. How is that possible? It's the Creation Green Lotus. It must be the Creation Green Lotus. A cultivator shouted, "The Creation Green Lotus is an utmost treasure of the universe and stole the creation of the universe. At every stage of its growth, it possesses unimaginable mysteriousness." The black-haired essence spirit consciousness moved and transformed into a green streak of light with the Creation Lotus platform, entering the glabella of the Green Lotus true body and returning to his consciousness. The cultivator was only half right. If it was merely a grade 7 Creation Green Lotus, it would not possess such a mysterious power. This method that was similar to blood rebirth was a method that Suzimo had only awakened after absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood, experiencing the baptism of the divine power storm and comprehending a trace of divine power after cultivating for dozens of years. The reason why Suzimo was able to comprehend such a powerful method that was akin to blood rebirth was because of all that karma. Impossible. That's impossible. When the remnant consciousness of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect sensed that, he entered an endless frenzy and howled hysterically. Initially, he could have left without regrets. But now, his heart was filled with indignance and resentment. The reconstruction of Suzimo's Green Lotus true body meant that he had died for nothing. Desolate Marshall killed him across a major cultivation almost perfectly. Ab. The remnant consciousness of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect howled in the battlefield. OM. Suzimo's expression was cold as he chanted Sanskrit. Boom. The voice of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect stopped abruptly. The remnant consciousness dissipated completely as well. The final trace of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect in this world vanished as well. He would not be recorded in history. Nobody would remember him either. If the later generations were to mention him, he would merely be a pitiful Mahayana patriarch who was killed by Desolate Marshall when the latter was at the half-martial ancestor realm. Desolate Marshall is truly the #1 monster incarnate in history. To possess such a method that's similar to blood rebirth at the half-martial ancestor realm, is almost immortal at the half-martial ancestor realm. That's right. Unless patriarchs appear, nobody can kill him. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed softly with shocked expressions. Although there was no progress in the 10,000 race meet this time round, none of the living beings of the 10,000 races felt that they had wasted their time coming here. It was an eye-opener for them. Xiaoning smiled through her tears. Bloody hell. First really knows how to have fun. Daddy here was so scared. The spirit tiger grinned and thumped his chest foolishly. Who are you saying daddy to? Monkey was in a great mood as well and slapped the spirit tiger. Fuck. Brother Monkey, you hit me again. The spirit tiger glared and turned to Night Spirit. Fifth, help me. Brother Monkey only knows how to bully me. So what if I bully you? Monkey rolled his eyes and started fooling around with the spirit tiger. Night Spirit watched everything quietly with a familiar warmth in his heart as he smiled. No matter where he was or who he was, the sibling feelings between them had not changed at all. Even back then when Monkey and the others knew of his background, their attitudes towards him did not change at all. There was no fear or resistance. In the eyes of Monkey and the others, Night Spirit was the fifth and not a taboo. Anyone who bullied him would be going against the 7 of them siblings. Chapter 1580, Tian Kuei and Di Kang. Chapter 1580, Tian Kuei and Di Kang. Although Suzimo had killed the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect, his expression was becoming grimmer and he was not relaxed. The situation was extremely disadvantageous for him now that a Mahayana patriarch had appeared so quickly. If the 10,000 race meet this time round was only between conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors, it would naturally not pose any threat to the Green Lotus true body. However, that was impossible. At that moment, who knew how many Mahayana patriarchs were watching from behind Enigma Palace? If Mahayana patriarchs appeared one after another, the Green Lotus true body would not be able to defend against them. The fact that he could kill the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect did not mean that he could fight a Mahayana patriarch head-on. Firstly, Hidden Death sect cultivators specialized in assassination and were not strong in head-on combat. Secondly, the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect had misjudged Suzimo. He had not expected that Suzimo would be able to see through his tracks. He had not expected that Suzimo would be able to regrow his flesh as well. A single mistake was enough to determine life and death, let alone two. The death of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was not unjustified. But now, Suzimo's trump card of the rebirth of his Green Lotus true body had already been exposed and his 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi was released as well. He had almost no trump cards left. There were even less trump cards that could threaten Mahayana patriarchs. If another Mahayana patriarch appeared, it would be difficult for him to defend. However, There was nobody who could protect the Green Lotus True Body at the 10,000 race meet. The greatest reliance of the Green Lotus True Body was the Dragon Phoenix True Body and the Dragon race behind him. However, the Dragon Phoenix True Body was still breaking through to the Mahayana realm in the barbarian race. He could only try his best to delay time and wait for the Dragon Phoenix True Body to arrive. If I'm not wrong, that should be Desolate Marshall's brother, the primordial taboo called Night Spirit, the Who. Right then, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect stood up and pointed to Night Spirit beside Monkey, shouting. Night Spirit did not revert to his true form and was still in his human form. Even the primordial races had not noticed him. But now that the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect exposed Night Spirit's identity, it attracted the attention of the primordial races. Every single one of the primordial races did not conceal the killing intent in their eyes. It was even more so for Goddess Xiaoxiang of the God race. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he looked at the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect and said icily, "You must truly be tired of living. Yufu, Desolate Marshal Shaw is cocky." Right then, a cold voice sounded from midair with a hint of mockery. Nobody could find the origin of that voice. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he looked behind the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect. It was initially a void with nothing there. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void, as though someone had sliced a gigantic hole. Immediately after, a figure walked out slowly from the crack. The 10,000 races were shaken. Even some cultivators with lower cultivation realms could sense that a Mahayana patriarch had arrived. He tore through the void. This was a power that only Mahayana patriarchs could control. The figure wore a faint blue daoist robe that shone faintly. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, as though he had transformed into the firmaments. The glimmering light on his body was the vast stars. The moment the figure walked out, it was filled with a tremendous might. Many cultivators with lower cultivation grunted with pale faces. That was a Mahayana patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect. Tm Tien Kue. Patriarch Tien Kue looked down at Su Zimo and said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, you're so domineering. Are you going to kill me as well? I heard that someone wants to kill our sect master." Right then, another voice sounded. In the skies above the malevolent earth sect cultivators, the void cracked once more as a sinister wind gusted. In the depths of the dark void, a pair of pale hands reached out and tore the crack apart as a figure burrowed out. It was another Mahayana patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch was a skinny old man. His face was pale but his expression was extremely ruthless. The moment he descended above Enigma Palace, he surveyed his surroundings with a murderous intent. Malevolent Earth sect's patriarch. Di Kang, you're here too. Patriarch Tien Kue shifted his gaze to the patriarch of Malevolent Earth sect and nodded slightly. Hee. Patriarch Di Kang chuckled. I heard that there's a desolate marshal in the cultivation world right now who killed everyone and even declared that he wanted to kill our sect master, so I came out to see who this godly being is. Nothing much. Patriarch Tien Kue pointed to Su Zimo below. It's just a young lad who's still wet behind the ears. He doesn't have any 3 heads or 6 arms. Oh. Patriarch Di Kang raised his brow and said coldly, "That's him? He does look extremely ordinary." Patriarch Tien Kue continued, "However, you have to be careful not to fall into a trap. Desolate Marshal possesses the Green Lotus True Body and can use blood rebirth. He just killed a patriarch of Hidden Death sect. In that case, I'm even more interested." Patriarch Di Kang grinned. While the two of them chorused with one another, it was clear they implied that they were going to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled. "Patriarchs, you two sure are impressive. When the primordial 6 races slaughtered human cultivators, neither of you appeared. But now, the two of you are here to show off." Su Zimo's words were clearly mocking. However, the two Mahayana patriarchs had lived for tens of thousands of years and were indifferent to such provocations with unchanged expressions. Patriarch Tien Kue said, "I didn't see the primordial 6 races killing humans. I only heard that you wanted to kill our sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect. That's because he deserves to die." Su Zimo ignored him and interrupted directly. Killing intent flashed through Patriarch Tien Kuei's eyes. Su Zimo said coldly, "The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect has forgotten about his roots and submitted to the primordial 6 races just because he's cowardly. Not only does he deserve to die, he deserves to be sliced into pieces. Whether or not he deserves to die is a matter of Heavenly Dipper sect." Patriarch Tien Kuei said slowly, "As an outsider, if you want to kill our sect master, that means you're going against Heavenly Dipper sect." "I got it." Suddenly, Su Zimo nodded. "So, it's not that the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect is cowardly. It's that you patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect have already submitted to the primordial races. You guys are the ones who truly deserve to be sliced into pieces. You are courting death." Patriarch Tien Kuei was enraged and suddenly attacked. His gigantic palm crushed down on Su Zimo's head and an ancient star was formed in his palm. "Desolate Marshal, I heard that many cultivators of malevolent earth sect died in your hands. Pay with your life today." Patriarch Di Kang attacked at the same time. In a flash, he summoned a saber and slashed towards Su Zimo. Before the blade arrived, an endless malevolent aura surged over in a suffocating manner. The surrounding temperature dipped as though they had fallen into hell. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace was enraged and shouted, "Both of you are Mahayana patriarchs. How shameless can you get?" Unfortunately, the 2 Mahayana patriarchs ignored the reprimand of the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace and were bent on killing Desolate Marshal. Chapter 1581, White-Bloused Woman. Chapter 1581, White-Bloused Woman. Desolate Marshal doesn't have any backing. Even if Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement Sect are backing him, it's useless. There's no Mahayana Patriarch to support him. That's right. Now that Patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect have appeared and no Mahayana Patriarch is here to help him, Desolate Marshal is in danger. Do you think that the Patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect are the only ones here? Another Grand Demon sneered, "Let me tell you, there are countless Patriarchs of the primordial races watching. The moment they appear, they'll definitely attack as well. At that time, there will truly be rivers of blood." That's right. These Patriarchs of the primordial races are waiting for Mahayana Patriarchs of the human race to appear. At this moment, any Mahayana Patriarch that dares to appear and help Desolate Marshal will have to die. Think about it, it's not easy to cultivate to become Mahayana Patriarchs and none of them are related to Desolate Marshal. Why would any of them want to implicate themselves and die for his sake? The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed in secret and analyzed the situation. Boom. On the battlefield, Patriarch Tien Kuei attacked and his gigantic palm crushed down with the might of a star with a loud bang. Su Zimo conjured hand seals with both hands and 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him instantly. The Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Dao fires. Condense. Su Zimo called softly. 3 Dao fires gathered rapidly before him. A blazing essence spirit Dao fire burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the 3 Dao fires. The Kacharadi Dao fire descended. Su Zimo condensed the Kacharadi Dao fire and burned it towards the gigantic palm that descended from the skies. At the same time, the saber of Patriarch Di Kang descended with a malevolent aura that almost froze the surrounding void. The blood chi of the Green Lotus true body surged and a beam of light flashed as the Creation Lotus platform flew out. Su Zimo gripped the Creation Lotus platform and smashed it towards the saber coming from the side. Clang! The Creation Lotus platform collided with the saber and sparks flew everywhere with a crisp sound. Su Zimo grunted and the Creation Lotus platform was sent flying. The flesh on his arm exploded into a blood mist right in front of everyone. The power of that slash from Patriarch Di Kang was way too strong. Even with the protection of the Creation Lotus platform neutralizing most of the power, one of Su Zimo's arms was still shattered. It's over. Desolate Marshal will definitely die if the star in Patriarch Tien Kuei's palm descend. The living beings of the 10,000 races shook their heads gently. Right then, the Kacharadi Dao fire collided with the star in Patriarch Tien Kuei's palm. Swoosh! The fire refined the star. The The gigantic ancient star could not descend against the searing of the Kacharadi Dao fire. The two different powers collided in midair and were evenly matched. This dharmic art of desolate martial can actually fight against the power of a Mahayana patriarch. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Patriarch Tian Kuei sneered, "What a final struggle. Let's see how much longer you can last." The moment he said that, his eyes flashed coldly and the gigantic star exploded, causing dust and gravel to fly everywhere. Countless meteorites scattered and drowned the Kacharadi Dao fire before long. As for Su Zimo, his blood chi surged and his severed arm regrew at an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. However, Patriarch Di Kang was not slow either. The moment Su Zimo's arm was regrown, the attack of Patriarch Di Kang descended once more. The saber in his hands trembled and transformed into countless saber shadows. At an extremely tricky and strange angle, it stabbed upwards towards Su Zimo's throat. Swoosh! Su Zimo's wings flapped and lightning flashed on his body as he transformed into a golden streak of light and fled into the distance. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended. Patriarch Tian Kuei attacked once more and hollered softly, "Astral illumination." Suddenly, a gigantic star appeared in the firmaments and a beam of light descended onto Su Zimo. An incomparably strong power reverberated through the void. It was a divine power. The dharmic power wings on Su Zimo's back shattered instantly, unable to defend against the power of the starlight. At the same time, the lightning arcs on his body were dispersed by the starlight. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure appeared. Under the envelopment of the starlight, it would be extremely difficult for him to move normally, let alone escape far away. Beads of blood seeped out from the green lotus true body. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were drenched in blood. A series of cracking sounds echoed from Su Zimo's body and his bones felt like they were about to break under the envelopment of the starlight. In less than 10 breaths, his green lotus true body would be suppressed into a blood mist. Furthermore, this time round, he had no chance of surviving. His essence spirit could not escape from the envelopment of the astral illumination divine power. There was no chance for him to release blood rebirth either. The pressure that was everywhere had already reached the limits of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo's vision was turning blurry. Suddenly, his spirit perception sensed an even colder killing intent. Perhaps, it wouldn't even take 10 breaths for him to die. That was because Patriarch Di Kang had already closed in. Ethereal opening. Patriarch Di Kang hollered softly and a layer of dark power condensed on his saber, emerging from the depths of the 9 hells in a cold and sinister manner. The power of divine powers spread and the void trembled. 2402:800:6118:9F09 C95:527F 99E2:5F2. Another divine power descended. Even against a half-martial ancestor like Su Zimo, the two patriarchs did not show any mercy and released their divine powers right away. "Brother!" Xiaoning exclaimed and covered her mouth, no longer daring to look. Monkey and the others were enraged as well with widened eyes. "How dare you two shameless things bully others?" Right then, a cold voice sounded out of nowhere. Right beside Su Zimo, a crack appeared in the void and a figure walked out. "It's a Mahayana patriarch. Who is this Mahayana patriarch who would actually dare to help desolate Marshall at this time? He's truly not afraid of death." As everyone discussed, a woman walked out from the crack. She had black hair like a waterfall and wore snow-white clothes. Her skin was ice-like with bones that resembled jade. Born beautiful and flawless, she was so devastatingly ravishing that even words failed to describe her. Demonis Ji was a beauty who could bewitch the entire world. As for Rakshasa Yu and Goddess Xiaoxiang, they were both pitilessly beautiful. However, the white-bloused woman gave everyone a single feeling: amazement. She was way too beautiful. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this woman even with the fanciest words in the world. Even the gazes of the two attacking patriarchs, Tian Kuei and Di Kang, froze slightly and their movements slowed down. The appearance of the white-bloused woman caused the initial clamor of the 10,000 race meet to turn silent instantly. More importantly, None of the living beings of the 10,000 races recognized the white-bloused woman. Chapter 1582, Killing Patriarchs. Chapter 1582, Killing Patriarchs. Su Zimo's body was shrouded by the power of starlight and his vision was blurry. He could not move at all and could not see who had arrived. However, the voice sounded familiar. It's her. A figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Consort Yu of the Great Qian dynasty. Goddess True Jade. Right then, the little fox exclaimed with endless joy in her voice. Back then, Dragon Tiger Sect and the other conjoint body mighty figures wanted to kill Su Zimo but were all killed by True Jade. Thereafter, True Jade left and vanished without a trace for so many years. Back when True Jade killed the conjoint body mighty figures in the town of Yang Country, she was only at the half-martial ancestor realm. To think that after so many years, True Jade was now a Mahayana matriarch when she arrived at the 10,000 race meet. True Jade. Patriarch Tian Kuei frowned slightly. Patriarch Di Kang ignored True Jade and continued slashing towards Su Zimo with a vicious expression. Suddenly, True Jade caressed gently and removed a jade-green hairpin from her black hair. It was only the length of a finger and looked extremely fragile. With a cold expression, she wielded the jade hairpin and pierced the blade of Patriarch Di Kang with extreme precision in a flash. Clang! The seemingly fragile jade hairpin let out an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing when it collided against the saber. Immediately after, Patriarch Di Kang's expression changed and he grunted deeply. He staggered in retreat and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, True Jade reached out and grabbed gently in midair. Instantly, a sparkling ice arrow was formed in her palm. Swoosh! True Jade raised her hand gently. The ice arrow was cold and transformed into a cold streak of light, reversing the power of starlight and piercing towards the gigantic star in the firmament. The starlight that enveloped Su Zimo shattered after the ice arrow descended. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the ice arrow struck the star. The ancient star was penetrated by the ice arrow and shattered, disappearing into the firmaments with a layer of frost on its surface. Mid-stage Mahayana. The two patriarchs, Tian Kuei and Di Kang, exclaimed in shock. Under normal circumstances, one could advance to the early stage Mahayana realm after comprehending a lesser divine power. One could only advance to the mid-stage Mahayana after comprehending more than 10 lesser divine powers. However, there was a rift between mid and late-stage Mahayana. That was because at mid-stage Mahayana, one would not be able to advance to late-stage Mahayana no matter how many lesser divine powers they comprehended. One could only advance to late-stage Mahayana after comprehending a greater divine power. Patriarchs could only reach the perfected Mahayana realm if they continued cultivating and comprehended more than 10 greater divine powers. Therefore, even without comprehending supreme divine powers, patriarchs of the human race could cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm or even start to attempt tribulation transcendence. Although Tian Kuei and Di Kang were Mahayana patriarchs, they had only comprehended 2 or 3 lesser divine powers and had yet to advance to the mid-stage. By cultivating to the mid-stage Mahayana realm, it meant that True Jade had comprehended at least 10 lesser divine powers. With every divine power comprehended, one's body, bloodline and essence spirit would undergo a baptism by the power of divine powers and their combat strength would increase significantly. True Jade's combat strength was many times stronger than the two patriarchs. When True Jade attacked, the divine power on Su Zimo dissipated and his vision gradually recovered. However, his face was pale as he panted heavily. After enduring the suppression of 2 divine powers, the Green Lotus True Body's blood chi suffered immensely and could not recover completely in a short period of time. Thank you. Su Zimo looked at True Jade and forced a nod. True Jade merely glanced at him indifferently. I'm the only one who can kill you. Nobody else is qualified. With that said, she strode forward gently and arrived before the Patriarch Di Kang in the blink of an eye. She gripped the jade-green hairpin with her jade fingers and thrust it towards the glabella of Patriarch Di Kang. A piercing chill burst forth. Patriarch Di Kang felt his hairs stand on end and was terrified. He released his divine power once more and swung the saber in his hands, slashing towards True Jade. At the same time, Patriarch Tian Kuei, who was in midair, pointed at True Jade and conjured his divine power once more, saying in a deep voice, "Starfall." A gigantic star appeared and fell from midair rapidly at an extremely fast speed, causing raging flames to burn on the surface of the star. The star dragged a gigantic flare and smashed down towards True Jade's head. True Jade's expression was unchanged as she harumphed coldly. Gust. A terrifying divine power spread and a cold wind blew from midair. This was no ordinary cold wind. When the cold wind descended, the flames burning on the meteor were suppressed by the cold wind and froze instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of frost covered the star. The speed of its descent decreased and in the end, it froze in midair without even touching True Jade's hair. At the same time, a layer of ice covered Patriarch Di Kang's saber, turning thicker and thicker. It moved along the blade and extended to his arm in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Di Kang's pupils constricted violently as he tried to retract his saber and retreat. However, cracks sounded when his arm moved. His arm shattered into pieces and fell to the ground as a bunch of ice blocks without a single drop of blood flowing. The blood chi of Mahayana patriarchs was so exuberant that a single drop could be condensed into a physical body. However, when that gust of cold wind descended, their blood chi was completely frozen. Patriarch Di Kang's feet moved and cracks sounded as well. The next moment, he could no longer feel his own flesh. A chilling intent surged into his consciousness. The power of the gust divine power had already surged into his consciousness through his body. Right then, the jade hairpin descended and pierced the glabella of Patriarch Di Kang right under his watchful gaze. Asmal hole appeared on his glabella. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The light in the eyes of Patriarch Di Kang dimmed as he fell stiffly. When he fell to the ground, his body shattered, turning into sparkling ice blocks. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded when they saw that and kept quiet out of fear. A Mahayana patriarch was frozen to death just like that. Swoosh. In midair, Patriarch Tian Kuei's figure flashed and he wanted to escape. However, True Jade raised her hand gently and gigantic ice blades burst forth from the void beneath Patriarch Tian Kuei. They were thousands of feet tall and extremely sharp. The gigantic ice blades soared into the skies. Blood flashed. The body of Patriarch Tian Kuei was sliced into pieces by the gigantic ice blade. Immediately after, there was a jade-green flash. Patriarch Tian Kuei's essence spirit had just escaped. Before he could use blood rebirth to reconstruct his physical body, his essence spirit was penetrated by the jade-green light and died. The jade-green light circled in midair and returned to True Jade's palm. It was the jade hairpin. Chapter 1583, Patriarch Tang Han. Chapter 1583, Patriarch Tang Han. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked at Goddess True Jade in shock. After True Jade appeared, no one had expected such a flawless woman to be so terrifying the moment she attacked. 2 Mahayana patriarchs were killed by True Jade without hesitation. Right then, Rakshasa Yu's voice sounded in Suzimo's mind as she questioned him in a cold and furious manner. Who is that woman? What's your relationship with her? Why does she care so much about you? Suzimo frowned slightly and ignored Rakshasa Yu. Right now, his blood chi was weak and he was trying his best to recover. There was no time for him to bother about Rakshasa Yu's sudden tantrum. Sigh. When Rakshasa Yu saw no response from Suzimo, for some reason, she sighed gently. Leave quickly. Our patriarch is about to arrive. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. The moment she said that, a blood sea appeared above Enigma Palace with a torrential blood stench. It covered the skies and enveloped the firmament. A terrifying might descended. The living beings of the 10,000 races were silent with horrified expressions. In fact, the pressure was superior to the 2 patriarchs, Tian Kuei and Di Kang. True Jade frowned slightly as well and looked at the blood sea in the skies with a grim expression. He. A sinister laughter sounded from the blood sea. The blood sea surged and created raging tides. Within, a figure appeared faintly with a terrifying aura. Our young master of the Bloodvine race is dead again. The voice from the Blood Sea sounded, chilling to the bones. Patriarch, desolate marshal killed him. A Bloodvine clansman stood out hurriedly and said tragically. Good, good, good. The voice in the Blood Sea praised repeatedly, desolate marshal, you killed 2 young masters of the Bloodvine race. I, Teng Han, will make you regret coming to this world today. Before his sentence was finished, the endless blood sea that blanketed the skies gathered at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the endless blood sea transformed into a figure. Pest! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped in shock. It was unimaginable how terrifying the power of such a massive blood sea was. But now, such a tremendous power was condensed in the body of a bloodvine. How strong was he? The bloodvine patriarch stood in midair and was dressed in a blood-colored robe. He was a middle-aged man and descended slowly with a ruthless expression. Greetings, Patriarch Teng Han. Many bloodvines knelt on the ground and shouted with respectful expressions. Rise. Patriarch Teng Han nodded slightly and surveyed his surroundings. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at the corpses of the bloodvine race on the ground. The primordial 6 races suffered considerable losses as well in their battle against the human cultivators. This time round, there were hundreds of bloodvine that came. The battle earlier killed close to 100 of them. Furthermore, the young master of the bloodvine race was killed by Su Zimo. 5th, this bloodvine is a little strong. The spirit tiger was secretly alarmed and sent a voice transmission. I merely took a single look at him and I felt my bloodline stir, showing signs of gushing out. I wonder if Goddess True Jade can stop him. Little Fox was worried. It's hard to tell. Night Spirit shook his head gently. This Patriarch Teng Han's cultivation is higher than Goddess True Jade? Monkey asked with a frown. Night Spirit shook his head. Not really. This Patriarch Teng Han is only at early stage Mahayana. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the bloodline of the primordial races is innately strong. Even at early stage Mahayana, their combat strength after their innate divine powers transform their bodies, bloodlines, and essence spirits is equivalent to a human comprehending more than 10 lesser divine powers. You mean to say that the combat strength of an early stage Mahayana is equivalent to a mid-stage Mahayana of the human race? Monkey's heart skipped a beat. They're either comparable or stronger. Night Spirit nodded. He said, when the primordial races grow to the mid-stage Mahayana realm, it's equivalent to humans comprehending more than 10 greater divine powers. They can fight against perfected Mahayana patriarchs of the human race. If the primordial races grow to the late-stage Mahayana realm, even without comprehending any supreme divine powers, their innate divine powers will grow to a supreme level. Monkey and the others were shocked. Ching Ching asked hurriedly, you mean to say that the moment a primordial race advances to become a late-stage Mahayana patriarch, it's equivalent to comprehending a supreme divine power? For humans, comprehending a supreme divine power was equivalent to being an emperor. Night Spirit nodded. That's why it's said that in the ancient books of the human race, some patriarchs of the primordial races can fight against emperors of the human race. If primordial races grow to the perfected Mahayana realm, Little Fox did not dare to continue thinking. Night Spirit said, a primordial race at the perfected Mahayana realm is equivalent to possessing 2 supreme divine powers. Once a primordial race comprehends a supreme divine power and becomes an emperor, it means that even the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races possesses 3 supreme divine powers. No wonder. A look of realization flashed through Monkey and the others' eyes. Back in the ancient war, although the human race welcomed the Golden Era and the cultivation civilization reached its peak with multiple emperors, they were still steadily defeated. Most emperors of the human race could not go against emperors of the primordial races. This was the reason. As long as a human patriarch comprehended a supreme divine power, he could become an emperor. However, the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races possessed 3 supreme divine powers. Nobody knew the primordial races better than Night Spirit. Of course, as a taboo, his growth potential was even more terrifying than the primordial races. Patriarch Teng Han, you have to take revenge for us. A blood vine grit his teeth. These human ants are getting more daring. They even dare to resist. That's right. Another blood vine said hatefully. Young Master Teng Luo died in an unjust manner. Desolate Marshal was the one who ambushed him and killed him with a single arrow. Don't worry. Patriarch Teng Han grinned sinisterly. He'll let these human ants know who are the true masters of Tianhuang mainland. Before his sentence was finished, he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Poof, poof, poof. The few hundred living beings closest to him, be it human cultivators, demons, or beings of other races, exploded into blood mist. The blood mist gathered in midair and turned into blood that surged towards Patriarch Teng Han's mouth. Instantly, several hundred streams of blood surged into Patriarch Teng Han's mouth from all directions. That scene looked extremely terrifying and sent shivers down the spines of all living beings. What sort of power was that? With just a gentle breath, the blood of the living beings of the 10,000 races left their bodies uncontrollably and was sucked into Patriarch Teng Han's mouth. Even half-martial ancestor experts lost their blood chi with that gentle suction, let alone conjoint body mighty figures. They toured into dried corpses and died in the blink of an eye. The living beings of the 10,000 races were in an uproar and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be devoured by Patriarch Teng Han. Chapter 1584, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1584, I'm going to kill you. The arrival of a patriarch of the primordial races caused the fervor of the human race to cool down once more. It was like a basin of cold water that drenched the cultivators from head to toe, bringing them back to the cruel reality. Even if Desolate Marshal was here, so what? Once the 10,000 race meet reached the level of the patriarchs, all mighty figures and half-martial ancestors were nothing but ant. Desolate Marshal was only a slightly stronger ant and would not be spared. The cultivators of Enigma Palace, Ethereal Peak, Azura Sect and Dharpamkara Monastery that fought against the primordial 6 races earlier on fell silent and shivered in fear. They did not know if anyone could defend if Patriarch Teng Han were to go on a massacre. The aura you exude makes me hate you. True Jade glared at Patriarch Teng Han and said coldly with a killing intent in her eyes, as though she had thought of something that displeased her. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he quickly understood. Although the destruction of the great Qian Empire was caused by Long Ran, there was a mastermind behind it. There was a high chance that the Bloodface was the mastermind. Or Dao Lord Bloodfiend. However, be it the Bloodface or Dao Lord Bloodfiend, it was related to the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. As for Dao Lord Bloodfiend, he was a remnant of the Bloodvine race and the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was deduced from their cultivation techniques and secret skills. Therefore, the aura of Patriarch Teng Han reminded True Jade of the destruction of the great Qian Empire. Be careful. Su Zimo reminded. He was still recovering from the immense loss of blood qi after being hunted by Patriarchs Tian Kuei and Di Kang. Furthermore, given his current condition, he could not help much in such a battle. Why? You're also here to stop me, sweet woman? Patriarch Teng Han's gaze landed on True Jade without any emotions. Although True Jade was ravishing and flawless, she was nothing but a beautiful food in the eyes of Patriarch Teng Han. In the eyes of the Bloodvine race, the 10,000 races were food for them. If the other primordial 8 races were not so strong, the Bloodvine race would even treat the other primordial 8 races as food. TM not stopping you, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, True Jade took a light step and arrived before Patriarch Teng Han in the blink of an eye. She stabbed towards his glabella with the jade hairpin between her fingers. Patriarch Teng Han laughed sinisterly. Food, you're truly courting death by sending yourself to me. I'll devour you first before devouring Desolate Marshal. He did not take True Jade seriously at all. Although he was only at early-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races could suppress mid-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the human race. Suddenly, a cold intent descended. True Jade had already released a divine power. Patriarch Teng Han's expression changed. Under that chilling intent, his bloodline showed signs of crystallizing and freezing up. What a strong divine power! Patriarch Teng Han's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, ordinary lesser divine powers should not be able to affect him. However, not only did True Jade's lesser divine power affect him, it even threatened his life. Blood drain. Patriarch Tenghan hollered and opened his mouth, taking a deep breath towards True Jade. That was the innate divine power of the Bloodvine race. By the time he entered the Mahayana realm, that innate divine power had already grown to the point where it was not weaker than the lesser divine powers of the human race. Under the envelopment of the blood drain divine power, the bloodline of any living being would surge towards the Bloodvine race. True Jade narrowed her gaze slightly. The blood drain divine power descended and she could clearly sense her bloodline stir, wanting to leave her body. If Patriarch Tenghan absorbed her bloodline, her blood chi would deplete while his would rise. She would definitely lose with that exchange. True Jade's expression was unchanged as she channeled her spirit consciousness and released a second divine power immediately. A cold aura rose from her body and almost froze her bloodline even. Instantly, Patriarch Tenghan's blood drain divine power lost its effect. The jade hairpin between True Jade's fingers had already arrived at Patriarch Tenghan's glabella. Clang! Patriarch Tenghan's glabella shone and a blood gourd flew out, colliding with the jade hairpin with a crisp sound. Since you won't let me drink your blood, I'll let you have a taste of mine. Patriarch Tenghan grinned and threw the blood gourd in midair. The bottom of the gourd faced up and the mouth of the gourd faced down as a large pool of blood poured down and enveloped True Jade. That blood was no ordinary bloodline. It was essence blood that Patriarch Tenghan had refined for many years. A single drop of a Patriarch's essence blood from Teng Luo's storage bag was enough to cripple the ancient unique treasure, the Dharmic breaking bow. With that amount of a Patriarch's essence blood, even a Dharmic treasure could very well lose its power and could not be used if it was tainted. Puny tricks. True Jade had a fearless expression and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and spat out a white frost chi that blew at the Patriarch's essence blood that splattered in midair. Crack, crack, crack. The large amount of Patriarch's essence blood froze in midair instantly. However, there was an extremely evil power within the Patriarch's essence blood that wanted to break out of the ice. Burn it. Suddenly, a scarlet glint flashed through True Jade's eyes as she tapped her finger gently. A ball of divine power flames appeared beneath the frozen Patriarch's essence blood. The collision of the ice and fire powers instantly refined the Patriarch's essence blood into nothingness. All. This time round, Patriarch Tenghan's expression changed starkly. Initially, he thought that True Jade merely specialized in water divine powers and was not much of a threat to him. To think that True Jade was not only in control of many water divine powers, but also fire divine powers. In essence, the Bloodvine race was still plants that gained sentience and feared fire the most. That was the reason why the Bloodvine race suffered such a huge loss when Su Zimo released the Kacharadi Dao fire on Six Stars Mountain. When True Jade closed in once more, the jade hairpin burned with thin flames that possessed an extremely terrifying divine power. Patriarch Tenghan did not hesitate and reverted to his true form right away. A gigantic blood vine took root on the battlefield and waved hundreds of thick blood vines that coiled towards True Jade. Many cultivators were invigorated. Nobody expected this human matriarch that appeared later on to be so domineering that she could force out the true form of Patriarch Tenghan. Crack, crack, crack. True Jade's expression was unchanged as she froze the incoming blood vines with the ice in her left hand. The flames on her right hand descended. Fire and water countered each other and the collision of the two powers could create an even more terrifying divine power. Instantly, Patriarch Tenghan's blood vines turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of blood vines were destroyed by True Jade. True Jade's expression was cold as she charged towards Patriarch Tenghan's consciousness, determined to kill him here. Patriarch Tenghan could not stop it at all. Wu Tian, Jin Yang, how much longer are you guys going to continue watching? Hurry and come out and help me. This woman is a little tricky to deal with. Suddenly, Patriarch Tenghan shrieked. Chapter 1585 Arrival of the Six Patriarchs. Chapter 1585 Arrival of the 6 patriarchs. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter sounded in midair and a gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments. Boundless golden light burst forth from within and was blinding, illuminating the night skies like daylight. All the living beings of the 10,000 races raised their heads. 5 figures walked out slowly from the gigantic crack. The 5 figures descended upon the world and cracks appeared in the void, as though the entire world could not accommodate them. Endless light surged. The world changed. A tremendous might descended and the living beings of the 10,000 races let out dull grunt. These were 5 Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races that had arrived at Enigma Palace at the same time, including Patriarch Teng Han of the Bloodvine race. All 6 of them were here. Among the 5 figures, the one in the middle was tall with golden hair, blue eyes, and was incomparably handsome. Wearing golden battle armor, his golden blood chi surged and his eyes shone with a divine light. The God Race's Patriarch Shen Yu. On his left was a cultivator in dark green robes with a hood that concealed his face. The hood of the dark green-robed cultivator could only reveal 2 sinister green beams. This was Wu Tian that Patriarch Teng Han was referring to. He was from the witch race. On Patriarch Shen Yu's right was a cold-faced man. He was expressionless and looked no different from a human. However, there was a thin blood scar on his glabella that resembled an eye. When the cold-faced man shifted his gaze, the voids everywhere he laid sight on collapse. Patriarch Kang Ming of the Heavenly Eye race. The 2 people on the most left and right of Patriarch Shen Yu had wings. However, the one on the right was extremely ugly with a green face and bared fangs like a malevolent ghost. His pitch-black meat wings flapped and he emanated an evil aura. It was Patriarch Li Ying of the Rakshasa race. The person on the left had a human body and a bird's head. His golden wings burned with scorching flames and he had a sharp gaze. He was in the shape of a half-human bird. This was Patriarch Jin Yang that Patriarch Teng Han mentioned, and he was from the Golden Crow race. When the patriarchs of the primordial 6 races arrived, a terrifying might descended and all the living beings of the 10,000 races kept quiet out of fear. Even True Jade frowned slightly and her expression turned grim. However, she had no intention of stopping and still wanted to kill Patriarch Teng Han. On the right, Patriarch Li Ying grinned and said mockingly, "Teng Han, why can't you even take down a woman from the human race? Have you gone soft? Hee hee." Patriarch Jin Yang on the left flapped his golden wings and laughed as well. "We were watching from the side and did not appear because we wanted to give you a chance to suppress that young lady personally. To think that you would be beaten so badly. Stop making sarcastic remarks," Patriarch Teng Han said as he defended against True Jade's attacks. "That human woman has some tricks up her sleeves. She's definitely a paragon of the human patriarchs." Fu. Patriarch Shen Yu smiled indifferently. "In our eyes, paragons of the human patriarchs are nothing but ants. Leave that ant to you guys. Right now, I only want to kill Desolate Marshal," Patriarch Teng Han said hatefully. Patriarch Shen Yu looked to his sides and asked indifferently, "Which of you wants to attack?" Do it." The Rakshasa Patriarch, Li Ying, glared at True Jade with lust in his eyes as he laughed menacingly. "The female slaves I have aren't of her caliber. I can capture this woman and train her up, here." The moment he said that, Patriarch Li Ying flapped his pitch-black wings. A wild gust of wind howled and Patriarch Li Ying's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind True Jade, extending his greenish-black palm towards her shoulder. Although it was almost impossible for True Jade to be distracted in her fight against Patriarch Teng Han, she sensed it the moment Patriarch Li Heng vanished. She sidestepped and created a series of afterimages behind her, avoiding Patriarch Li Ying's dirty and ugly palm. Fufu. Patriarch Li Ying laughed and placed a wisp of black hair beneath his nose. He took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. "How fragrant." An extremely disgusted expression appeared on True Jade's face and she felt like vomiting. Although she dodged swiftly, a wisp of her black hair was yanked off by Patriarch Li Ying. "Yes, that's the expression." Patriarch Li Ying looked at the disgust on True Jade's face and was delighted instead of furious. "The more you hate it now, the more excited I'll be when you submit to me." Disgusting. True Jade said coldly. Many living beings cursed internally as well. However, the living beings of the 10,000 races did not dare to reveal it on their faces, afraid that they would be targeted by Patriarch Li Ying. It's fine. In a flash, Patriarch Li Ying vanished from the spot and transformed into a dark streak of light that circled around True Jade. You'll definitely like it in the future. Ha 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 ha. His voice flickered left and right, upper and lower at times. It was erratic without any pattern and could not be determined. Patriarch Li Ying's speed was so fast that he would not appear in True Jade's line of sight at all. Even if True Jade released her spirit consciousness would be disrupted by the divine power released by Patriarch Li Ying, and she would not be able to sense his exact location. Even if she wanted to fight him, she had no way of doing so. True Jade's expression turned cold as she conjured hand seals with both hands and released divine powers into the void. Instantly, the skies darkened and a snowstorm descended. Earlier on, the night skies were still vast and dotted with stars. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies and the entire place was covered in ice. Snow filled the entire place and the temperature of Enigma Palace plummeted with a chilling wind. That was the power of divine powers. Under the cold weather, Patriarch Li Ying's figure was naturally affected. More importantly, Patriarch Li Ying's figure was completely exposed under the snowstorm. The dark light was extremely striking in the white snow. Kill. True Jade's gaze was cold as she finally locked onto Patriarch Li Ying. She raised her fair hand gently and a jade-green light flashed in the snowstorm. Poof! A flash of blood appeared in midair. Patriarch Li Ying grunted dully and his figure was exposed, standing in midair. A bloody hole appeared on his meat wing and fresh blood flowed down from it. This was not a fatal injury for Mahayana patriarchs. However, many cultivators were invigorated. Goddess True Jade was stronger than anyone had imagined. Young lady, you've hurt me. Finally, Patriarch Li Ying could not smile any longer. With a dark expression, he said coldly, I'm going to be serious next. On the other side, Patriarch Teng Han broke free from True Jade's pursuit and dozens of blood vines tore through the air and coiled towards Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal. Patriarch Teng Han's voice sounded with a chilling intent. Die. Chapter 1586, Challenging a God. Chapter 1586, Challenging a God. Swoosh. Su Zimo conjured hand seals and 3 balls of flames appeared beside him instantly, releasing the scarlet flame revolving lantern to defend against Patriarch Teng Han's attack. However, Patriarch Teng Han's combat strength was comparable to a human mid-stage Mahayana patriarch. In fact, he could even suppress a human mid-stage Mahayana patriarch. Against him, Patriarchs Tian Kuei and Di Kang would be killed on the spot in less than 3 rounds. The difference in strength was way too great. Many blood vines coiled over like gigantic blood anacondas. The flames of the scarlet flame revolving lantern were extinguished instantly and did not cause any damage to the blood vines. Poof, poof, poof. Instantly, dozens of blood vines opened their mouths and bit the green lotus true body. The sharp fangs pierced the green lotus true body. Ooh! Su Zimo grunted and blood drained from his face. Gagagaga. Patriarch Teng Han was excited and could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal, I'm going to suck your bloodline dry bit by bit. I'm going to let you experience the true fear of death. Given Patriarch Teng Han's capabilities, a single blood vine was enough to devour Su Zimo. However, he did not do that. He used dozens of blood vines to bite Su Zimo. The green lotus true body was almost filled with blood vines and not a single intact spot left. He was completely bitten by the fangs at the top of the blood vines. Patriarch Teng Han wanted to absorb Su Zimo's bloodline bit by bit to torture the latter. Death was not scary. The feeling of helplessness as one felt their lives draining was the true terror. This time round, no one could help Su Zimo. A look of anxiety flashed through True Jade's eyes. She glanced at Su Zimo's side from time to time and frowned deeply. Su Zimo was not someone important to her. There was no true relationship between the two of them either. However, Su Zimo was related to True Jade's awakening in this generation. The first person she saw when she woke up was Su Zimo. Furthermore, some unspeakable things happened between the two of them in the depths of the cave. When she awakened in this generation, her old friends were already gone. The only thing she cared about was the little fox. If there was someone else, it would have to be Su Zimo. Poof! In her moment of distraction, her shoulder was sliced by the two sabers in Rakshasa Li Ying's hands and fresh blood flowed. What was even more frightening was that the two sabers in Rakshasa Li Ying's hands were being tempered by some evil entity and her wounds were rotting rapidly. Glancing sideways, True Jade opened her cherry lips and spat out a stream of cold air that froze the wound. Even if she focused her attention, she might not be able to escape unscathed against the Rakshasa race, let alone when she was distracted. Fufu, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to save him? Patriarch Li Ying sneered. His words were not an exaggeration. In midair, patriarchs Shen Yu, Wu Tian, Jin Yang and Kang Ming of the primordial races were watching keenly and had yet to attack. Patriarchs of the human race have yet to show themselves. They sure are tolerant. We appeared too early. The human patriarchs are probably too scared to appear now. No, this is Enigma Palace. Even if the other human patriarchs don't dare to appear, the patriarchs of Enigma Palace will. The four of them stood in midair expressionlessly, but they were communicating through their spirit consciousnesses. Although the four of them did not attack, in reality, they were waiting for the human patriarchs to appear so that they could start a massacre. On the battlefield, Su Zimo was bound by dozens of blood vines and was almost drowned within. The living beings of the 10,000 races could see the blood vines squirm continuously as streams of bloodline surged into Patriarch Teng Han's true form through the blood vines. First, Monkey, Xiaoning, and the others exclaimed. Zimo, Demonis Ji Chengtian, and the others were shocked as well. Don't care anymore. Monkey whirled imminent and was about to charge forward. He was only a grand demon and the difference in strength between him and Patriarch Teng Han was way too great. Patriarch Teng Han could suppress him with a single finger. However, at that moment, Monkey and the other sworn siblings could not be bothered and wanted to charge forward. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Monkey and the others' minds. Don't come over, I'm fine. Although the voice was a little weak, it was indeed Su Zimo's voice and everyone could hear it clearly. First, Monkey and the others looked at the battlefield with widened eyes in disbelief and confusion. On the battlefield, Su Zimo's figure was already drowned in the blood vines and no one knew what happened within. Under normal circumstances, Patriarch Teng Han would definitely be able to kill Su Zimo with his combat strength. However, he chose another method. He wanted to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid creation Green Lotus. The moment that happened, it was no longer Patriarch Teng Han who wanted to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. Instead, it was a bloodvine that wanted to devour and refine the creation Green Lotus. Initially, Su Zimo thought that his Green Lotus true body was going to be buried here as well. However, when Patriarch Teng Han began to absorb his bloodline, his Green Lotus true body and Creation Lotus platform released rays of light uncontrollably. The blood chi in his body intensified instead. Under the entanglement of dozens of blood vines, Su Zimo's figure had already vanished completely and in its place was a jade Green Lotus. At that moment, countless blood vines coiled around the Green Lotus and bit its stem, wanting to absorb its power. With that, the Green Lotus counterattacked instantly. The Bloodvine race was merely a Flora race. In the Flora race, the Creation Green Lotus was much stronger than the Bloodvine race. There were many Bloodvines and they eventually formed a race. However, there was only a single Creation Green Lotus in this world and the vast universe. There was no race at all. When chaos was first formed, it contained the creation of heaven and earth and was everlasting. If there were any gods within the Flora race, the Creation Green Lotus would be one of them. There were definitely not many universal and utmost treasures as such. For example, there were only one or two of the three sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, the Bodhi, Ashoka, and Sal tree. They were far stronger than the Bloodvine race. Patriarch Teng Han's action was equivalent to challenging a god of the plant. The creation green lotus was born in chaos and could not survive without a powerful absorption force. The bloodthirst of the bloodvine race was way too insignificant against the absorption power of the creation green lotus. The current scene resembled dozens of small streams trying to absorb the seawater of the ocean into their bodies. The creation green lotus swayed gently and took root on the ground, emitting rays of light. Although dozens of blood vines were still biting the creation green lotus, the situation of the blood chi absorption had silently reversed. Chapter 1587 – Arrival of the Human Patriarchs. Chapter 1587 – Arrival of the Human Patriarchs. Because the creation green lotus stole the creation of heaven and earth, it was extremely difficult to nurture. Throughout history, only the ancient Buddha emperor had managed to nurture the creation green lotus to grade 8. As for Suzumo's creation green lotus, it was only infinitely close to grade 8 after absorbing the primordial divine spring, the Ashoka wood, and experiencing the baptism of the divine power storm. His grade 7 creation green lotus true body was already rather terrifying. In fact, it even gave birth to powerful methods similar to blood rebirth. Even so, it was difficult for Suzumo to break through to grade 8. An extremely tremendous amount of energy was required to cross that barrier. If it was through ordinary cultivation, Suzumo would have to cultivate for countless years. If he wanted to break through to the grade 8 creation green lotus, it could be hundreds or even thousands of years. But now, the appearance of Patriarch Teng Han gave the creation green lotus a perfect opportunity to break through. Initially, the power of bloodline surged into Patriarch Teng Han's body continuously through the blood vines. Patriarch Teng Han did not delay and cultivated immediately. Although Suzumo was a half-martial ancestor in terms of his cultivation realm, the bloodline of the creation green lotus was definitely a great tonic for him. However, before long, the process of his bloodline churning came to a gradual stop. Soon, the creation green lotus started absorbing the power of the outside world along with the dozens of blood vines. To the living beings of the 10,000 races, the blood chi within the dozens of blood vines was still flowing continuously. However, they did not notice that the flow had reversed. Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline began to surge into the green lotus true body through the dozens of blood vines. The most frightening thing was that Patriarch Teng Han only absorbed the bloodline of the green lotus true body. However, the creation green lotus absorbed energy, be it Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline or the life force in his body. The creation green lotus viewed everything as a form of energy it could absorb and sucked continuously. Patriarch Teng Han's blood chi was decreasing rapidly. Not only that, his lifespan was decreasing as well. Patriarch Teng Han jolted awake and shuddered. What's going on? He was shocked when he sensed what was happening within his body. Not good. Patriarch Teng Han quickly realized what he was experiencing and exclaimed internally, wanting to release the blood vines and leave Suzumo right away. However, he was no longer in control of whether he could leave. The creation green lotus burst forth with rays of light that soared into the skies. The gigantic lotus leaf wrapped the countless blood vines tightly and did not allow Patriarch Teng Han to retreat at all. The creation green lotus did not only absorb Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline, but also his life force. The speed at which it absorbed energy was getting faster and more terrifying. Patriarch Teng Han's lifespan and blood chi decreased at a visible speed. With that slight delay, even his cultivation destabilized and showed signs of falling. The process of energy absorption shaved one side and strengthened the other. Although Patriarch Teng Han's power weakened, the power of the creation green lotus rose continuously. By the time Patriarch Teng Han wanted to break free, he discovered to his shock that he was already helpless. He could no longer break free from the creation green lotus with his strength. He wanted to activate his essence spirit and release an essence spirit secret skill. However, in his consciousness, his essence spirit was dim and he could not even condense his spirit consciousness, let alone an essence spirit secret skill. The energy absorbed by the creation green lotus absorbed the power of his essence spirit and nourished the green lotus true body and creation lotus platform continuously. This was equivalent to using the essence spirit of a Mahayana patriarch to nourish the creation green lotus and help it break through the barrier of grade 8. Simply put, Patriarch Teng Han was using his life to help Su Zimo. Ah. Patriarch Teng Han shrieked in panic as though he was experiencing something extremely terrifying. However, his shriek grew weaker and weaker. Wu Tian, Jin Yang, save me. Patriarch Teng Han used the last of his strength and shouted. "Eh!" It was only at that moment that Shen Yu and the other 3 patriarchs of the primordial races noticed something amiss with Patriarch Teng Han on the battlefield. They had been watching Patriarch Li Ying and True Jade fight the entire time, and no one paid attention to Patriarch Teng Han. After all, in their knowledge, killing an incomparably weak desolate marshal should not lead to anything unexpected. It was only when Patriarch Teng Han shouted that they realized something big had happened. What's going on? Why did Teng Han's aura turn so weak? Patriarch Shen Yu released his spirit consciousness and his expression changed as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Teng Han is about to die. His lifespan is about to end. What's going on? Hurry and attack!" Jin Yang and the others exclaimed. Right then, Patriarch Wu Tian shook his head. It's too late. The dozens of blood vines that coiled around the creation green lotus descended slowly. Teng Han's true form had already withered completely without any signs of life. A patriarch of the primordial races was sucked to death by the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus shone brightly in midair and its aura rose continuously. Damn that desolate marshal. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "He's actually trying to break through to the grade 8 creation green lotus with the help of Teng Han. Kill him. We can't let him break through." Patriarch Shen Yu waved his sleeves and released a streak of golden light. It rapidly formed a gigantic sword in midair and slashed towards the creation green lotus's waist. The creation green lotus was advancing to grade 8. Once the creation green lotus advanced to grade 8, Su Zimo had a high chance of breaking through and entering the Mahayana realm to become a true Mahayana patriarch. However, he could not defend against the attacks at all during the process. Even conjoint body mighty figures could interrupt the process and interrupt his breakthrough, let alone Mahayana patriarchs. Just as the gigantic golden sword was about to strike the creation green lotus, the void shattered. 3,000 silver threads burst forth from the crack and struck the gigantic golden sword like a galactic river with a loud bang. Boom! The gigantic golden sword shattered and turned into streams of divine powers that circled in midair before dissipating. A dull grunt sounded from the crack as well. It was clear that the person who attacked did not feel good after receiving Patriarch Shen Yu's divine power. However, before long, figures dressed in the robes of Enigma Palace walked out from the crack. Every single figure emitted a powerful aura and a rampant might. In the blink of an eye, 17 cultivators of Enigma Palace appeared. All of those cultivators were Mahayana patriarchs. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless cultivators clenched their fists emotionally. At this point of the battle, human patriarchs apart from True Jade had finally appeared. Furthermore, 17 Mahayana patriarchs had descended directly this time round. Chapter 1588 – Blood of Patriarchs. Chapter 1588 – Blood of Patriarchs. I told you. Little Fatty slapped his thighs. How can there be no patriarchs overseeing the 10,000 race meet held by Enigma Palace? Many cultivators were excited when they saw the arrival of 17 Mahayana patriarchs. Only Night Spirit frowned slightly and shook his head. These patriarchs are too weak and can't defend against those few from the primordial races. No matter what, no matter how weak they are, there are at least 17 of them. We can hold on for a little longer no matter what. The spirit tiger shrugged his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, patriarchs. The palace lord of Enigma Palace and many cultivators hurried forward and bowed. The 17 Mahayana patriarchs looked at everyone from Enigma Palace and nodded slightly. The leader wielded a horsetail whip and had a pale expression. He was the one who had blocked Patriarch Shen Yu's attack earlier on. TM Wu Hua. The Mahayana patriarch cupped his fists towards Patriarch Shenyu and the other patriarchs of the primordial races and said in a deep voice, "The 10,000 races are gathered. I wonder why the primordial 6 races are going on a massacre." Fu. Patriarch Shenyu smiled faintly. "We of the primordial races can kill anyone we wish to. We don't need any reasons." Upon hearing that, the 17 Mahayana patriarchs' expressions darkened and revealed furious expressions. After a brief pause, Patriarch Shenyu continued, "However, it's not as though there's completely no reason either. Before the 10,000 race meet even started, our primordial 6 races lost so many clansmen. We naturally have to seek redress for them." Patriarch Wu Hua frowned slightly. "It's inevitable that there will be conflicts given the reckless nature of the juniors of our races. In the battle earlier on, many human cultivators died as well. Why don't all of you take a seat and let bygones be bygones? We'll let the 10,000 race meet continue as per normal." "Bullshit." Jin Yang glared at Patriarch Wu Hua coldly and scolded, "2 princes of our Golden Crow race have died and you want us to let go just like that? Who do you think you are?" Patriarch Wu Hua's expression was grim as he grit his teeth and did not reply. "That's right." Patriarch Wu Tian nodded slightly as well. "Every single life of our primordial 6 races is incomparably precious and isn't something that you humans can compare against." Patriarch Wu Hua was silent for a moment. "Does that mean that the primordial 6 races don't want to negotiate with the human race at all?" "Sure, we can negotiate." Patriarch Kang Ming pointed to the creation green lotus not far away. "Desolate Marshal of the human race killed too many of our clansmen. Kill Desolate Marshal first to express your sincerity before we consider whether we should negotiate." "No." Patriarch Wu Hua rejected without hesitation. "Then there's nothing to negotiate." Patriarch Kang Ming's expression darkened as well as he said coldly, "We are bent on killing Desolate Marshal." The atmosphere changed, turning extremely tense the moment there was no common understanding between the Mahayana patriarchs present. "Protect Desolate Marshal and don't let anything happen to him." Patriarch Wu Hua waved his hand and ordered resolutely. "Hee." Patriarch Shenyu chuckled. "You guys are too weak. 17 Mahayana patriarchs. Even the strongest among you is only at mid-stage Mahayana. Do you really think you're enough to stop the 4 of us? Kill." Jin Yang hollered and reverted to his true form right away, roaring into the skies. His gigantic body burned with golden flames as he lunged towards Patriarch Wu Hua and the others. 9 heavens galactic rivers. Patriarch Wu Hua hollered softly and waved the horsetail whip in his hands. The 3,000 silver threads fluttered, as though they were the galactic rivers in the firmaments, possessing countless stars. They surged with tremendous might and smashed towards Jin Yang. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Patriarch Wu Hua spat out a huge mouthful of blood and his gaze dimmed as he retreated continuously. More than half of the horsetail whip in his hands was burned away by the sun essence fire on Jin Yang as well. Although they were both at mid-stage Mahayana, True Jade's combat strength could suppress Patriarch Teng Han and the others. However, Patriarch Wu Hua could not defend against it. Even for patriarchs of the same cultivation realm, their combat strength was different depending on their talent, bloodline, the number of divine powers they comprehended and the might of the divine powers. On the other side, the heavenly eye on Patriarch Kang Ming's glabella suddenly opened. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out and even the living beings of the 10,000 races that were watching felt shudders. It was hard to imagine the impact the 17 Mahayana patriarchs would have to endure. A dark light burst forth from Patriarch Kang Ming's heavenly eye. Everywhere the dark light passed, life was wiped out. "Hurry and disperse." Patriarch Wu Hua hollered. Swash, swash, swash. The 17 human patriarchs dodged one after another. However, 2 Mahayana patriarchs were still slower to dodge and were brushed by the dark light. One of them reacted extremely quickly and released his essence spirit right away. The other was slightly stunned. Immediately after, his gaze dimmed and his life force decreased as he fell from midair. With that momentary delay, A Mahayana patriarch did not even have the chance to leave his body with his essence spirit before he was killed by Patriarch Kang Ming's heavenly eye. After surviving the calamity, the other patriarch hurriedly channeled blood rebirth to condense his body. Suddenly, a dark green fog appeared in the Mahayana patriarch's consciousness and rapidly formed a storm that surged towards his essence spirit. The spirit-slaying curse. Patriarch Wu Tian had attacked. To be precise, Patriarch Wu Tian was motionless and no one saw him attack at all. However, a secret killing curse targeted at the essence spirit had already descended in the consciousness of the human patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch's body had just been formed when the spirit-slaying curse descended. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was dead. He managed to avoid Patriarch Kang Ming's heavenly eye, but he could not avoid the secret incantation of the witch race. Bang! Right then, in front of countless gazes, Patriarch Wu Hua's body was shattered by a single punch and fresh blood splattered everywhere. When Patriarch Shen Yu attacked, his blood chi surged and Patriarch Wu Hua could not defend against a casual punch from him. However, Patriarch Wu Hua's essence spirit escaped and in the blink of an eye, his flesh was formed. As for Patriarch Shen Yu, he rampaged among the Mahayana patriarchs. None of the Mahayana patriarchs could defend against his punches and kick. Broken limbs flew everywhere. The patriarchs bled and it was incomparably tragic. In less than 10 minutes, 7 Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace had fallen against the combined forces of Patriarch Shen Yu and the other 3 primordial race patriarchs. What should we do? We can't defend at all, Shi Jian muttered. Frowning, Little Fatty scanned the crowd and whispered, I've got a feeling that Enigma Palace has something up their sleeves. These 17 Mahayana patriarchs seem like they're trying to buy time with their appearance. After a brief pause, Little Fatty continued, haven't you realized that old lad, Lin Xuanji, hasn't appeared yet? No matter what they have up their sleeves, Brother Su is doomed once the 17 Mahayana patriarchs are dead. We won't be able to wait till then, Shi Jian sighed. Right then, the bell of Enigma Palace sounded. Somebody was here. Chapter 1589, Fall from Zenith. Chapter 1589, Fall from Zenith. Right now, an Ancestor Realm battle had broken out on the battlefield of Enigma Palace. The Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace were using their lives and blood to buy time and protect Desolate Marshal as they fought against the 4 primordial race patriarchs. Although True Jade had an absolute advantage against Rakshasa Li Ying in the fight, it was difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. Now that all the top sects and factions of Tianhuang mainland were gathered here, the situation wouldn't change even if any other factions arrived. Therefore, even when the bell of Enigma Palace sounded, no one paid attention. The battle was turning more intense. In just 10 minutes, 7 of the 17 patriarchs had died. The remaining Patriarch Wu Hua and the others had their bodies torn at least once as well. All of them were covered in blood and had pale expressions. When the cultivators saw that, it was as though the unprecedented war between the human race and the primordial 9 races in the ancient era had resurfaced before them once more. The tragic scenes of mighty figures and patriarchs dying that were recorded in the ancient books had truly happened before everyone. However, compared to the cold text records, this was far more shocking and tragic. Furthermore, all the cultivators knew that the current battle was merely a test between the patriarchs of the primordial 6 races and the human race. The top Ancestor Realm experts had yet to appear. The emperors of the various races had not appeared either. Once a late-stage or perfected Mahayana patriarch appeared and the emperors descended, that would be the true battle. Whether or not there was a negotiation, there was a high chance that this 10,000 race meet would determine the situation of Tianhuang mainland in the future. It would determine the future of the human race. Give up. After a few head-on clashes with True Jade and suffering immense losses, Patriarch Li Heng no longer fought her head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique's speed to hold her back. True Jade was stronger than Patriarch Li Ying. However, she had no way of suppressing him completely as well. Be blunt. Patriarch Li Ying pouted his lips in disdain. You patriarchs of the human race are merely delaying things. Some of the top-tier patriarchs of our primordial races have yet to appear. If they do, even the emperors of the human race might not be able to defend against them. Patriarch Kang Ming said coldly, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses in the primordial war against the taboos. That was the only reason why the human race had a chance to rise. To be precise, if a supreme expert like the human emperor had not appeared out of nowhere and turned the tides, your human race would have lost a long time ago. At the mention of the human emperor, a wary look flashed through the eyes of the 5 patriarchs of the primordial races present. Even though the human emperor had been gone for countless years, his reputation had shocked history and the primordial races were extremely wary of him. Patriarch Shun Yu shook his head gently and said slowly, unfortunately, immense fortune is required for a variant like the human emperor to be born. However, in this generation, the human race is at the end of its road. There's no way you can possess a supreme expert like the human emperor. Your human race is finished. The human race is at the end of its road. Many cultivators were silent and their expressions dimmed. Even without Patriarch Shun Yu pointing it out, they knew what was going on. In this generation's human race, it could be seen from all aspects that their fortune was extremely weak. It was lifeless without any vigor. Most of the cultivators no longer had the heroic and courageous spirit of the ancient era. They no longer had the fervent fighting spirit and persistence. In fact, cracks even surfaced between the major sects and factions of the cultivation world. All the cultivators were no longer united. All signs were telling the world that the human race was at the end of its road. During this period of time, Desolate Martial rose and established the martial Tao, imparting martial arts to all living beings and establishing the spirit of the martial Tao, increasing the vigor of the cultivation world. However, it was too late. The martial Tao had only appeared for a few hundred years. Although Desolate Martial was the #1 monster incarnate in history, he had yet to advance to the Mahayana realm and his future was uncertain. The primordial 6 races would not give the human race or Desolate Martial time. In reality, that was the utmost truth of the great Tao and the eternal rules of the world. Everything in the world falls from its zenith. In the primordial era, the 3 great taboos reigned domineeringly and the primordial 9 races ruled over Tianhuang mainland. At their peak, it triggered the primordial war. The 3 taboos fell and the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses as well. The human race seized the opportunity to rise. The primordial 9 races only declined completely after the ancient war and were trapped in a corner of Tianhuang mainland to recuperate. As for the human race, they had dominated Tianhuang mainland for countless years. Just like the primordial 9 races in the past, they were extremely strong until they peaked. After a long period of deterioration thereafter, they were completely defeated in this era. This was the fall from zenith and this shift in momentum was not something that could be reversed by sheer effort. In the primordial era, even the strong 3 taboos and the primordial 9 races could not defend against the suppression of the shifting momentums. Patriarch Shun Yu was not wrong. The human race was at the end of its road. There was no way such a thin fortune could produce a supreme expert like the eternal human emperor. Unfortunately, there was an additional variable for the human race in this generation. Many years ago, a woman arrived in Tianhuang mainland and brought a scholar from an unassuming small town into the cultivation world, altering his fate. This woman had altered the scholar's fortune. This scholar laid down a great vow to alter the fates of all living beings in the world. Therefore, although everyone from Enigma Palace, including the storyteller, could tell that the fortune of the human race was depleted, they could not divine the fate of that scholar. That was the reason why the storyteller told the scholar that he was the future hope of the human race. That was the reason why the Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace spared no effort to protect the scholar from harm. Give up. Patriarch Shun Yu looked at Patriarch Wu Hua who was not far away and said indifferently, "Your blood chi is weak and is no longer enough to support your blood rebirth. Nobody can stop us from killing Desolate Martial." "Who says so?" Right then, a voice sounded from outside Enigma Palace. It sounded tender, as though the person who spoke was pretty young. The expressions of the living beings of the 10,000 races changed. Who would dare to stand on desolate Marshall's side at this moment and go against the primordial 6 races? All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked over. A group of living beings with majestic auras walked over from outside Enigma Palace. There were hundreds of them, and they seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. When gathered, the hundreds of living beings seemed like an unfathomable ocean. Although those living beings were in human form, they were clearly not human and were shrouded by demonic chi. There were conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor expert. The auras released by the hundreds of them were as vast as an ocean and were not inferior to the primordial 6 races. Among the hundreds of living beings, a black-robed young man stood. He looked to be around 16 years old and was rather handsome. His eyes were huge, watery, and unusually agile. Many powerful living beings protected the black-robed young man in the middle as though he was a planet orbited by stars. Chapter 1590, I Might Not Know My Limits. Chapter 1590, I Might Not Know My Limits. The living beings of the 10,000 races frowned slightly. Although they could not tell the origin of the living beings, the primordial 6 races present recognized them instantly. Kuan race. Patriarch Shun Yu frowned slightly. The words Kuan race instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. Over the years, although various primordial races had walked out of the Forbidden Grounds and snatched territories in Tianhuang mainland while conducting massacres, 3 of them had not made any moves. One of them was the Kuan race. Although Enigma Palace sent an invitation to the Kuan race for the 10,000 race meet as well, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean without any response. To think that the Kuan race would descend upon Enigma Palace today. More importantly, it was the attitude of the Kuan race. As one of the primordial 9 races, if the Kuan race stood on the side of the human race, their chances of negotiation would increase significantly. Even Enigma Palace could not understand why the Kuan race was on the side of the human race. Shun Yu and the others stopped and looked towards the Kuan race. Patriarch Wu Hua and the others were already sweating profusely. They consumed elixirs frantically and rested as hurriedly as they could, trying their best to recover their stamina. Who was the one who spoke just now? Patriarch Jin Yang scanned the Kuan race and asked coldly. Me. The black-robed young man in the middle of the Kuan race pushed everyone away and walked out, raising his head. Even against the patriarch's question, the black-robed young man had a fearless expression. The black-robed young man was carefree. Patriarch Jin Yang glared at him coldly with disdain and had no intention of paying attention. The 2 of them were not on the same level. He looked at the other experts of the Kuan race and nodded slightly. Kuan race, we welcome your return to join forces with the primordial 6 races. Big Golden Bird, what nonsense are you talking about? Carefree stuck out his tongue at Patriarch Jin Yang. The Kuan race won't join forces with you guys. Furthermore, you can't injure him. He pointed to the creation green lotus that was still breaking through not far away and said in a resolute tone. Patriarch Jin Yang's expression darkened. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked as well. They had never seen anyone who would dare to call a patriarch of the Golden Crow race a big golden bird. Foo-foo. The Golden Crow 10th Prince could not help but stifle a chuckle. Inexperienced punk, there is no place for you to speak here. Insolent. Audacious. Before Carefree replied, the many Kuan race beings behind him hollered with enraged expressions. This is our young master of the Kuan race. Mind your words. A half-martial ancestor of the Kuan race glared at the 10th Prince and said coldly. Oh. The 10th Prince sized up Carefree with a curious look. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races were surprised, let alone the 10th Prince. Prior to this, when there was peace between the races, most of the young masters of the primordial 9 races were mostly at the Dharma characteristic or even void reversion realm. However, when chaos descended, powerful monster incarnates of the primordial races came forth from seclusion one after another. Anyone who could become a young master of the primordial races had to be at the conjoint body realm at least. After all, the young masters of the primordial races had to lead their clansmen to fight in Tianhuang mainland. It would be difficult for them to accomplish anything if their cultivation realms were too low. The young masters were the faces of the primordial races. It was indeed strange for the Kuan race to instate a Dharma-characteristic young master during these chaotic times. Carefree looked at the 10th prince and pouted as well. Judging from your age, you're just a young punk as well. How dare you teach me a lesson? Although the 10th prince had the appearance of a child, he had cultivated for much longer than Carefree. The 10th prince said coldly, I'm a half-martial ancestor, but you're only at the Dharma characteristic realm. In this 10,000 race meet, the strong reign supreme. Even if you're the young master of the Kuan race, you're not qualified to speak. Listen to my advice, scram back and drink your mother's milk. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd of the primordial 6 races. Everyone from the Kuan race was enraged. Some of the Kuan experts could not even hold it in and wanted to step forward. However, Carefree waved his hand and stopped them. I don't want to drink milk. Carefree tilted his head slightly and looked at the 10th prince, saying in a serious manner, I want to eat you. Your flesh should taste good after being roasted by a fire. The 10th prince's expression darkened as he said icily, you sure are sharp-tongued at such a young age. Night Spirit's gaze shifted to Carefree and lingered for a moment. The 10th prince was not the only one. All the living beings present thought that Carefree had merely said it casually to anger the former. However, only Night Spirit knew that Carefree truly wanted to eat the 10th prince. That was because he could sense an aura of the same kind coming from Carefree. They were not of the same race, but were both taboos. That kid should be the disciple first took in. Night Spirit thought to himself. The 10th prince rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. Kiddo, since you want to eat me so badly, how about I give you a chance? What chance? Carefree could not help but ask. TL spar with you. If you win, I'll let you eat a piece of my flesh. How about that? The 10th prince's voice was gentle and filled with temptation, but there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He was severely injured by Suzimo earlier on and his third leg was shattered, crippling more than half of his cultivation. Although he was still at the half-martial ancestor realm, his combat strength had already fallen to the conjoint body realm. After the 10,000 race meet was over, his position as the 10th prince would definitely be replaced by his clansman. Therefore, there had always been a pent-up frustration and hatred in his heart that he could not vent. Now, Carefree's repeated provocations triggered his killing intent. Of course, he would not kill Carefree since the latter was the young master of the Kuan race. However, if there was a chance, he could teach this cub of the Kuan race a good lesson and appease his anger. But, what if I lose? Carefree seemed hesitant and afraid. If you lose, I won't make things difficult for you, don't worry. The smile in the 10th prince's eyes intensified. This cub was still too young and had not experienced much of the world. After pondering for a moment, Carefree continued, however, what if we fail to hold back once we start sparring? Don't worry. The 10th prince said hurriedly, I'll definitely know my limit. TM worried that I might not know my limits. Carefree blinked. Haha. The 10th prince burst into laughter. It's fine, kiddo. You can attack as you please without worrying about going overboard. He could tell that this cub of the Kuan race was tempted. Alright then, I'll give it a try. Carefree hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and nodding vigorously. Young master, you can't take the risk given your noble status. That's right, young master. The two of you are a major cultivation realm apart. You're on completely different levels. The few Kuan race beings behind Carefree stood out hurriedly and tried to stop him. Everyone, don't worry. Afraid that Carefree might renege, the 10th prince said hurriedly, I guarantee that I won't use the power of a conjoint body or above. I'll just use the power of a Dharma characteristic to have fun with this kiddo. Uncles, don't worry. Carefree blinked at the Kuan race experts behind him with a crafty look in his eyes. Chapter 1591, Devoured Alive. Chapter 1591, Devoured Alive. When the Kuan race experts saw Carefree's expression, they shuddered instinctively. Back in Beiming, each time this little ancestor of theirs revealed that expression, he would definitely be plotting against someone. Countless clansmen of the Kuan race had suffered immense losses in the hands of this little ancestor. The experts of the Kuan race exchanged glances and said nothing more as they mourned in silence for the 10th prince. Carefree turned around and took a few steps towards the 10th prince before coming to a stop. I've only cultivated for a short period of time and I really don't know my limits. I think it's better for us to cancel the spar. If someone gets hurt, wouldn't that spoil our relationship? Since things had come to this, there was no way the 10th prince would let Carefree off scot-free. The 10th prince said hurriedly, "It's fine, use all your methods. There's no need to hold back. Harming me aside, even if you can take my life, that will be because you're capable." In that case. Carefree nodded. "Let's do it then." Carefree stood firmly and gripped his fists, putting on a strong front as he glared at the 10th prince, ready to strike at any moment. The 10th prince looked at everyone from the Kuan race and suddenly said, "Let's agree first that outsiders can't interfere casually in a spar between us brothers." "Don't worry, we won't interfere." Many experts of the Kuan race nodded and looked at the 10th prince with strange gazes. Initially, Patriarch Shen Yu and the others did not take this small interlude to heart. They were still thinking about why the Kuan race would help Desolate Marshal. However, for some reason, when he saw the reactions of the Kuan race experts, Patriarch Jin Yang suddenly frowned, as though he sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that this cub of the Kuan race is playing the pig to eat the tiger? Patriarch Jin Yang's gaze landed on Carefree once more. After all, nobody could become a young master of the primordial races without being outstanding. However, even after scanning with his gaze and spirit consciousness for a few times, he found nothing. The black-robed young man of the Kuan race was indeed at the Dharma characteristic realm and was not hiding anything from them. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Patriarch Jin Yang shook his head and stopped thinking. Furthermore, even if this cub of the Kuan race was capable, he would not be able to threaten a prince of the Golden Crow race on the battlefield. The 10th prince smirked and walked slowly towards Carefree. Indeed, he did not reveal the aura and strength of a conjoint body and said softly, "Younger brother of the Kuan race, don't be nervous. Relax, relax." Carefree was still unmoved and glared at the 10th prince fixedly. Suddenly, the 10th prince swayed a little and transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing from the spot. It was too fast. Even if the 10th prince did not transform into his true form and merely used the power of the Dharma characteristic realm, his movement technique speed was much faster than Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Carefree's eyes were widened as he stared blankly at the spot where the 10th prince disappeared, as though he could not react in time. Sigh. Patriarch Wu Hua's eyes dimmed as he sighed and thought to himself, what's the Kuan race thinking? Why did they send a child to give away his life for nothing? It's over. The spirit tiger slapped his thighs. One look and I can tell that this child has no combat experience. This complete virgin is going to suffer a huge loss. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Night Spirit spoke. Right then, the 10th prince had already appeared behind Carefree and revealed a menacing smile. He reached out and grabbed Carefree's neck. Suddenly, the blood chi of that seemingly skinny Carefree surged and burst forth instantly, as though raging tides were gushing with a terrifying might. Carefree spun around and his original head was gone. In its place was a menacing head of a gigantic beast with a humongous mouth that seemed like it wanted to devour the world. The gigantic head looked exactly the same as the Kuan race. The 10th prince felt a blood stench surge in his face and his vision darkened. His pupils constricted and his heart stopped beating. The aura released by the gigantic beast gave him shudders. It was a suppression from his bloodline. A fear that came from the depths of his soul burst forth. Without hesitation, the 10th prince could not care less about his promise and released his conjoint body realm blood chi, wanting to retreat. However, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying suction power burst forth from the gigantic beast's mouth. He froze for a moment and could not escape right away. The next moment, darkness descended. The mouth of the gigantic beast closed. Swoosh. The eyelids of the living beings of the 10,000 races twitched when they heard that loud sound. All of their faces turned pale as they watched dumbfounded, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They were completely stricken. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic beast's head vanished and the handsome and young face returned to everyone's line of sight. Carefree smacked his lips and wiped away the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly, "The taste of eating him raw is indeed just ordinary. It was probably better to roast and cook him first." The crowd exploded instantly, causing an uproar. It was only at that moment that the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that the Golden Crow 10th Prince had been devoured alive by the black-robed young man. Lo! The Spirit Tiger was already speechless from the shock as he turned to look at Night Spirit. "Fifth, you're amazing. How could you tell?" Night Spirit replied indifferently. The 10th Prince's third leg was shattered and his cultivation was crippled. Coupled with his underestimation of the enemy, it was only natural that he would die. The Spirit Tiger grimaced and murmured, "But even so, that child is frighteningly strong, right?" Of course, there was another reason that Night Spirit did not mention. If Carefree was only an ordinary race being, he wouldn't have been able to stop the 10th Prince from releasing his blood chi to escape earlier on. However, Carefree was the Kuan Peng. The devouring power released by the interweave of the extreme yin and yang powers was something that even the conjoint body 10th Prince could not break free from right away. That single momentary pause caused him to be devoured alive by Carefree. This was a true complete annihilation where even his essence spirit could not escape. This child is way too ruthless. The Golden Crow 10th Prince merely wanted to spar, but he was eaten by this child. The 10th Prince was truly way too careless. He sure died in grievance. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed. Carefree had just been born and was too young. He had yet to take on the complete form of a Kuan Peng and could merely condense a head that looked no different from the Kuan races. For example, Night Spirit looked like a large black dog when he was young as well. Therefore, none of the patriarchs of the primordial races present noticed Carefree's true identity. Patriarch Jin Yang glared at Carefree fixedly with a dark expression. It was nothing much for the 10th Prince to die. However, when Carefree conjured the gigantic beast's head, there was an extremely primordial aura that made him feel fear. Could it be? Patriarch Jin Yang thought of a possibility but denied it immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 1592, Yinlan. Chapter 1592, Yinlan. Patriarch Jin Yang turned towards Patriarch Shen Yu and the others. The other patriarchs looked bewildered as well, as though they recalled something but did not dare to confirm. The death of the 10th Prince incurred the wrath of many Golden Crows. For the 10,000 race meet this time round, 4 Golden Crow princes came. One of them was slain by the Azura, one of them was shot down by Desolate Marshal, and now, another was eaten by a cub of the Kuan race. The 7th Prince was the only one left among the 4 princes. The Golden Crow race had suffered immense losses. The 7th Prince said coldly, "Kid of the Kuan race, you sure are savage. It's not my fault, right?" Carefree blinked and said, "I've already emphasized repeatedly that I haven't cultivated for long and don't know my limits." He was the one who insisted on sparring. "You." The 7th Prince was furious and momentarily speechless. Carefree continued, "Every one of the 10,000 races witnessed this. I didn't want to fight. Furthermore, that big golden bird said if I can kill him, it's because I'm capable." "That's right, we heard it. You can't blame the child for this. What does a child know? A child wouldn't know his limits. He can't blame others for dying because he has inferior skills." Monkey and the others gloated and goaded at the side. "Don't waste time talking to him. Go and test his strength and force out the complete form of this cub." Patriarch Jin Yang sent a voice transmission to the 7th Prince using his spirit consciousness. The 7th Prince understood and glared at Carefree, saying coldly, "Since you're so capable, I'll give it a shot as well. TM not playing anymore." Carefree made a funny face at the 7th Prince and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the crowd of experts of the Kuan race. Hundreds of Kuan race experts protected Carefree in the middle and glared at the 7th Prince in midair with unfriendly expressions. No matter how strong the 7th Prince was, he did not dare to barge in. Furthermore, he had just been beaten up badly by Desolate Marshal and was not at his peak condition. The seventh prince's expression was steely. However, he composed himself quickly and sneered, to think that the young master of the Kuan race would be so cowardly to flee without fighting. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Kuan race? TM just a child. Carefree stuck out his tongue. My cultivation realm can't compare to yours, so I naturally have to flee. Furthermore, you big golden birds don't keep your words, getting all anxious when you lose. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. The seventh prince shuddered and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee. Suddenly, Patriarch Jin Yang laughed. Cub of the Kuan race, you sure are sharp-tongued and impolite. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the seniors of the Kuan race. At that point, all the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. No matter how they looked at it, it was unusual that a patriarch of the primordial races would be provoked to attack a Dharma-characteristic youth personally. However, none of the living beings of the 10,000 races understood the reason behind it. Patriarch Jin Yang was naturally making an excuse by saying that he wanted to teach Carefree a lesson. His goal was to see what Carefree's true form was. Patriarch Jin Yang, as an ancestor realm expert, aren't you going overboard by wanting to deal with a child at the Dharma characteristic realm? Patriarch Jin Yang, please respect yourself. If news of you bullying the young spread, it'll probably cause countless ridicule and shame the Golden Crow race. A few Kuan half-martial ancestors stood out and shouted with grim expressions as they glared at Patriarch Jin Yang not far away. Me. In a flash, Patriarch Jin Yang suddenly descended above the many Kuan race beings and released his might of the ancestor realm. He said coldly, "Scram. There's no room for you guys to speak." Ooh. The few Kuan half-martial ancestors grunted with ugly expressions. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they summoned their destiny dharmic weapons and protected Carefree tightly. How dare a few stinky fish like you try to stop me? Patriarch Jin Yang sneered and his spirit consciousness moved. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from his body and struck the destiny dharmic weapons of the Kuan half-martial ancestors instantly. Clang! 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 The bodies of the Kuan half-martial ancestors shuddered and they could not withstand the impact. Their destiny dharmic weapons flew out of their hands. One after another, golden flames burned on the destiny dharmic weapons. In the blink of an eye, they were burned through and turned red. The destiny dharmic weapons flew everywhere and landed in the crowd of the Kuan race, causing chaos. Patriarch Jin Yang had a cold expression. In a flash, he arrived before Carefree through the gaps within the chaotic Kuan race and opened his palm to grab the latter's face. "Little cub, since you're so bold, I'll give you a chance. Come and eat my flesh." Patriarch Jin Yang's gaze was cold and he did not seem like he was holding back at all, looking murderous. He was going to force Carefree's true form out. "Jin Yang, you've gone overboard." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Carefree. Immediately after, the void cracked and an arm extended. The palm gripped into a fist and crossed Carefree's shoulder, colliding heavily against Patriarch Jin Yang's palm. Bang! A dull sound of defeat echoed when the fist and palm collided. Howl! Patriarch Jin Yang howled in pain and soared into the air, reappearing dozens of feet away in the blink of an eye. He glared at the tear in the void behind Carefree with a dark expression. The power of that punch was extremely strong, like a vast ocean that seemed endless. He could not defend against it. A silver-haired woman walked out of the void crack with a cold expression. Although she could not compare to peerless beauties like Rakshasa Yu and Goddess Xiaoxiang, she was still a rare beauty. "Sister, you're here." When Carefree saw the silver-haired woman, he could not help but cheer and pointed to Patriarch Jin Yang in the distance. "That big golden bird bullied us. Sister, help me teach him a lesson." "Yin Lan, is that you?" Patriarch Jin Yang frowned slightly. "To think that you've already entered the ancestor realm after not seeing you for so many years. The younger generation is truly promising." The silver-haired woman named Yin Lan said indifferently, "Our cultivation realms are the same, so there's no need for you to put on airs, calling me a part of the younger generation. I'm not falling for it. You came at the right time. Patriarch Jin Yang pointed at Carefree and said in a deep voice, "What's up with this young master of your Kuan race?" Not only did he come over to spout nonsense about helping the human desolate marshal, he even launched a sneak attack and ate the 10th prince of our Golden Crow race. Although I was not present, I can guess that it must be your 10th prince who provoked him first. Yin Lan sneered. Patriarch Jin Yang harumphed coldly. Even so, wasn't that child way too ruthless in his attacks? Your 10th prince is a half-martial ancestor and you have the cheek to seek vengeance after he was killed by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Yin Lan sneered once more. Let me tell you, even if Carefree was in the wrong, the Kuan race will punish him. Who do you think you are to come and want to teach our young master a lesson? Yin Lan's words were sharp and she did not give Patriarch Jin Yang any face at all. Chapter 1593, Auspicious Sky. Chapter 1593, Auspicious Sky. Yin Lan was truly enraged. If Carefree was an ordinary Kuan race being, it would be nothing much. However, Carefree's true form was the taboo Kuan Peng and he was watched over carefully by the entire Kuan race for fear that something might happen to him. If Patriarch Jin Yang truly injured Carefree, it would not be enough to salvage the situation even if the former was killed. Furthermore, Patriarch Jin Yang was an ancestor realm expert. The fact that he tried to deal with a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord personally enraged Yin Lan completely. Patriarch Jin Yang's expression darkened completely as well. Although their cultivation realms were the same, he could not hold it in any longer after being scolded in front of everyone. That's enough. Patriarch Shun Yu stood out and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Everyone, take a step back. It's only understandable why Jin Yang might have done something a little extreme in his rage now that the Golden Crow 10th Prince is dead. Yin Lan, we're all part of the primordial 9 races. There's no need for us to get into a fight right away. Now that Patriarch Shun Yu stood out, Patriarch Jin Yang did not continue to get entangled with Yin Lan even though he was unwilling. More importantly, he had no chance of winning against Yin Lan. The blood chi of the Kuan race was way too strong and vast like an ocean, only the God race could match them. Patriarch Shun Yu changed the topic. However, your young master of the Kuan race is young and probably doesn't know much about the cultivation world. Desolate Marshal is a great enemy for our primordial 6 races. Our primordial 6 races joined forces and released the killing badges. He's someone that must be killed. It's truly illogical for your young master of the Kuan race to want to protect him. Yin Lan, you came at the right time. Bring him back and teach him a lesson. Yin Lan was expressionless and only said slowly after Patriarch Shun Yu was done, you guys can't kill Desolate Marshal. Carefree's intentions align with the Kuan race. Patriarch Shun Yu narrowed his eyes. The reason why he did not want a conflict with the Kuan race was because he wanted to rope them in. To think that the Kuan race would be so tactless and stand on Desolate Marshal's side. The other 4 patriarchs of the primordial races had hostile expressions as well. Does that mean that the Kuan race is bent on becoming enemies with the primordial 6 races? Patriarch Wu Tian asked coldly. You're making things sound too serious. Yin Lan said, the Kuan race only wants to protect Desolate Marshal. As for the others, the Kuan race won't interfere. Fu. Patriarch Kang Ming smiled and the heavenly eye on his glabella seemed like it was about to open. Killing intent filled the air as he said coldly, the Kuan race alone won't be able to protect someone that our primordial 6 races want to kill. Yin Lan took a deep breath and said slowly, we'll do our best. Right then, the lotus petals that bloomed on the top of the creation green lotus in the battlefield suddenly began to wither and fall. The entire creation green lotus was withering as well. The breakthrough of Desolate Marshal's green lotus true body failed. Throughout history, only the ancient Buddha emperor could nurture a grade 8 creation green lotus. However, Desolate Marshal attempted to nurture a grade 8 creation green lotus although he's only a half-martial ancestor. It's only logical for him to fail. How can the advancement from grade 7 to grade 8 be so easy? This is the outcome of overestimating oneself. The living beings of the 10,000 races shook their heads, some in pity and some sneering. In midair, Patriarch Shen Yu and the others exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. If Desolate Marshal died just like that, it would save them the trouble of attacking. What should we do? Little Fox was so anxious that she was about to cry. Will something happen to young Master after the failure of the Creation Green Lotus's advancement? Monkey and the others were silent with grim expressions. The Creation Green Lotus was Su Zimo. Su Zimo was the Creation Green Lotus. If the Creation Green Lotus withered, there was a high chance that Su Zimo would die as well. Patrons, you don't have to worry. Right then, Mingzhen's voice sounded in Monkey and the others' minds. The Creation Green Lotus steals the creation of heaven and earth. Every single advancement requires a reincarnation and transformation. As though it was proving Mingzhen's words, a burst of life force surged forth from the green lotus that was almost withered. Tender green leaves grew from the petals of the withered lotus leaves once more. They were filled with vitality and grew at an extremely fast speed. The aura of the Creation Green Lotus rose continuously. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and their gazes landed on the Creation Green Lotus. A pink flower bud appeared on the top of the Creation Green Lotus. It was stained with sparkling dew and blossomed slowly in front of everyone. Outside, the largest circle of lotus petals blossomed. Immediately after was the second circle of lotus petals. The third circle. Even at the seventh circle, it did not stop. All the living beings of the 10,000 races could clearly see that there was a final circle of lotus petals that had yet to blossom on the lotus platform. Immediately after, the eighth circle of lotus petals blossomed and a resplendent glow filled the air. Instantly, the world shook. Suddenly, jade-like green lotus flowers descended from the skies and floated, descending upon Enigma Palace in a vast and spectacular manner. The living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded. It's an auspicious sign from the skies. Patriarch Shen Yu exclaimed as well. A grade 7 creation green lotus that had transformed into a grade 8 had actually attracted a universal phenomenon with an auspicious sign. Even the ancestor realm experts present had never seen such a phenomenon, let alone the living beings of the 10,000 races. More importantly, the ancestor realm experts present could sense a tremendous divine power from the falling lotus flowers. This. Patriarch Shen Yu and the others were shocked. They naturally knew that this divine power was definitely not released by Desolate Marshal. The might of that divine power had probably surpassed lesser divine powers and was at the level of greater divine powers. However, the meaning implied by it was way too terrifying. If that divine power was born from the grade 8 creation green lotus to begin with, Desolate Marshal would not encounter any obstacles comprehending that greater divine power since he possessed the green lotus true body. For cultivators, comprehending divine powers required a long period of time to accumulate and comprehend. In between, one might encounter countless obstacles and difficulties. Many Mahayana patriarchs might need hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years to comprehend a single divine power. However, Desolate Marshal did not have to comprehend it at all. That was because he was the creation green lotus. As long as he grew, he would naturally comprehend that greater divine power. Everything happened naturally. That greater divine power was equivalent to Desolate Marshal's innate talent. Look! Suddenly, a shout sounded from the crowd. The living beings of the 10,000 races pointed at the creation green lotus in the world with widened eyes that were filled with endless shock. The grade 8 creation green lotus had already bloomed completely and a figure sat on the jade green lotus platform. The person wore green robes and had black hair. His eyes were closed as he assumed a lotus position, placing his hands casually on his knees with his palms facing the skies. His skin was transparent and flawless. Under the falling of countless lotus flowers, the figure was like a divine being. He burst forth with a green glow and sat on the creation green lotus with an auspicious aura that could not be ignored. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, they felt like prostrating. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.